virtually today. He sought leave to do that, so Councillor Burns is attending virtually. So in our decision making today, we'll use the normal process of acknowledging certainly our voting today via that. And as you can see, starting off on the right note for the year, Pastor Stephen is here with us this morning to lead us in prayer at the appropriate time. Councillors, we are all present. I don't believe there are any apologies. Any leave of absences required, councillors? Well, good. Excited to be here and looking forward to being here for the next couple of months. Excellent. Councillors, as we would appropriately do, we acknowledge the traditional owners of the country on which we meet here today, and we pay our respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. So, as I said before, Pastor Stephen Jench from the Emerald Lutheran Church is here this morning. I suspect in the great big pro rata process of the churches together, Father Stephen has drawn the number one button, and he is here, although there could be lots of other reasons why he was certainly moved around. But Pastor Stephen and certainly the churches together will each month obviously visit us and lead us in prayer at our first meeting. It is Father Stephen's privilege today. I'll pass over to you, Father Stephen. Pastor Stephen.
I'll begin in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. As tomorrow is Australia Day, it's a wonderful opportunity to be reminded how God wants to bless our nation. King David was the second king of Israel and ruled over the united realm for 40 years. He ruled over both the kingdom before it was divided into the two domains, the southern and northern domains. Under his rule, Israel enjoyed a time of prosperity, expansion and blessing, and is openly recognised as one of the greatest Old Testament kings. And so he's perfectly qualified to tell us how God wants to bless our nation. In Psalm 33, King David says, "Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord, the people whom he has chosen as his inheritance." And in another place, in Psalm 144, King David says, "Blessed are the people of whom it is true. Blessed are the people whose God is the Lord." Clearly, we can know with absolute certainty that God wants to bless our nation. Psalm 67 reveals that there are 4 aspects of God's blessing on a nation. God blesses a nation by him being known there. God blesses a nation by him being praised there. God blesses a nation by him being honoured and respected there. And this is my favourite. God blesses a nation by him being enjoyed there. Where does God want to bless our nation? First and foremost, he wants to bless our leaders. God knows that as the leaders go, so go the nation. Thus, when Paul says that we should pray for all people, the first group he specifies specifically are the leaders. In 1 Timothy 2, verses 1 to 4, he says, "I urge you, first of all, to pray for all people. Ask God to help them, intercede on their behalf, and give thanks for them. Pray this way for kings and all who are in authority, so that we can live peaceful and quiet lives marked by godliness and dignity. This is good and pleases God our Saviour, who wants everyone to be saved and to understand the truth." Next, God wants to bless the families and the children in our nation. In Psalm 144, King David describes God's blessing of a nation's families in this way: "Your sons will flourish in their youth. like well-nurtured plants. May our daughters be graceful pillars carved to beautify a palace. Thirdly, God wants to bless our communities, protecting them from harm. Again, in Psalm 144, King David says, "May there be no enemy breaking through our walls, no going into captivity, no cries of alarm in our town squares." And last but not least, God wants to bless the harvests in our nation. Psalm 67 says, "The earth will yield its harvests, and God, our God, will richly bless us." Likewise, King David says again in Psalm 144, "May our barns be filled with crops of every kind. May the flocks in our fields multiply by the thousands, even 10,000s, and may our oxen be loaded down with produce." And yes, we do indeed wholeheartedly thank God for the gift of rain in recent days. This Australia Day, let's remember how God wants to bless our nation, and let's remember to look to him for his blessing. Since I'm speaking about blessing this morning, I'll conclude with what I like to call the Emerald Blessing. It's based on an ancient piece of writing called the Robin's Prayer Song. God bless the field and bless the furrow, stream and branch today, tomorrow, hill and stone and flower and tree, from Dingo as far as Anarchy. God bless the sun and bless the wheat. God bless the lane and bless the street, from Emerald and everywhere, in the highlands blessed and fair. God bless the cattle and bless the feed bales. God bless the rain clouds and the shop sails. God bless the nest and bless the leaf. God bless the church and bless the heath. God bless the mines and bless the loam. God bless the farmer's loving home. God bless our town and its locality. And God bless you, and God bless me. Gracious Father, please bless the Central Highlands Council as they meet together today. Please bless their decisions and discussions to your glory and the good of our community. Thank you for your blessing on our nation and on our community. In our words and in our actions, please help us to be the best that we can always be. In Jesus' holy name, amen.
Thanks, Pastor Stephen. Now, is there a copyright on that local prayer? Is that something we should be looking
No, I
into?
wrote it, so if you want.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, we have possession of that. That's very nice and much appreciated. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you,
So
Pastor
if you
Steve.
want it, I can get it to you.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, all the best for the year, Pastor Stephen.
Yep. God bless.
Yep, thank you.
Do I just push the button again?
Yes. Thank you, councillors, and thank you, everyone. And I guess in the context of blessing each and every one of us, we should take the time to acknowledge a couple of great champions that we've lost recently. I guess it would seem to be that the time over the Christmas New Year period has been quiet for some and certainly quite sad for others. And it seems to be that we usually lose people sometimes in groups. So sadly, I acknowledge today, firstly, an Emerald Shire councillor of 24 years. And it's always interesting at wonderful services that families hold that we find out that Ted's name was in fact Arthur Edgar Harvey. We all know him as Ted, and most people across the Central Highlands know him as Ted. Ted obviously and his beautiful granddaughter Kelsey did a magnificent eulogy to him at his service on Saturday. But I guess for us in local government land, Ted was elected to the Emerald Shire Council in 1967 at the division at that time that took in the Willows and the Gemfields and Anarchy and Lockington. And I think my dad actually served with Ted in those first few years in that particular division. But my childhood is certainly very much around the recollections of growing up with the Harvey kids, and certainly that infectious laugh that Ted had that I can remember, and I regale this to people on the weekend, that it used to be my job to go and find my dad at a function to usually get him in the car to come home, and I would always just wait till Ted Harvey laughed and I'd head in that direction, and I'd find Ted, but I'd certainly find my dad as well. Ted spent 24 years serving the Emerald Shire Council, and you can imagine at a time from 1967 to 1991 when I respectfully suggest finances were a lot tougher than perhaps they are today, and obviously managed to contribute greatly to his communities and certainly to other communities around here. His participation was very much loud, prominent, and his activities were around those favourite things he loved, his sports, his racing, and certainly livestock. So all his good friends and colleagues were there mostly to see him on his last journey on Saturday. He leaves behind his wife Joy, who many of you know, his children Karina, Ed and Kate and their families, their extended families, many of you will know as well. He leaves a great legacy himself. He leaves a beautiful family that still continues that wonderful legacy for us in the Central Highlands. So we acknowledge Ted Harvey today. As I said before, sometimes these sad things happen in bunches, and very suddenly we lost another great champion, not so much of our local government area, but of our state region. We lost the former member for Gregory, Vaughan Johnson, who passed away quite suddenly earlier this week at the age of 75. Ironically, I guess, like all good community leaders and people we aspire to be perhaps sometimes, he started his, I guess you'd say, his political career in the Quilpie Shire Council in 1970. So from 1970 to 1973, he spent a term on the Quilpie Council, and I guess maybe through acquiring great wisdom, he realised that he was destined for greater things. Vaughan was elected to the Queensland Parliament in 1989, where he served continuously till his resignation in 2015. So one of the longest serving MPs in our state parliament, but more than that, as you know, Vaughan was a person that did not like to fly very much. So he, to a point where he was quite dangerous to fly in a plane with, he needed to be on the ground. So I can assure you that Toyota Land Cruiser wagons that Vaughan Johnson drove covered many, many millions of kilometres across one of the biggest electorates in the state. That extended obviously right from the Channel Country to us here, we're the easternmost part of his electorate. So he was always a very prominent and a personable person that made his way to these places in a logistic that said he would be driving. For any of you that ever met him and shook his hand, you will never forget that situation, because if you shook Vaughan Johnson's hand, he shook you to the very core of your soul. He grabbed you hard and he grabbed you long, and that was his impression on all of us. So we lost Vaughan, and obviously there will be greater testimonials to him. His funeral service is next Thursday at Buderim, where he's recently moved to. There will be a link to his funeral, but there will be much said about both of those two gentlemen, their contributions to their communities, to their regions, their commitment to the things they really believed in. They were inspiration to many and us all. And I think if we take our time today, we might stand in our places and acknowledge them for a minute's silence, please. if someone did want to participate, I think, Marnie, that link to the streaming of Vaughan's funeral is available, or you've sent that out?
I've sent that out.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, councillors, for your consideration in acknowledging those two great gentlemen. Councillors, we move on to the meeting of the day, and moving on, the confirmation of the minutes of our previous meeting, which was our general meeting on the 14th of December. Would someone like to move those, please? So first mover of 2023 is Councillor Moriarty, seconded Councillor Carpenter. So councillors, could we just deliberate on those just for a moment, please, before we actually complete our resolution there? Councillors, there's some of those exciting things we did there. We have a new exciting economic stimulus framework, which replaced our READY, was part of that particular meeting. Our new independent audit committee member, who we'll look forward to seeing later this year. And we revisit our housing asset disposal plan. So there's quite a bit in that last meeting, councillors. All right. Councillors, that's been moved and seconded. All in favour? Councillor Burns has indicated he voted in favour. Against? Thank you, councillors. Carried. Councillors, any business arising out of those minutes? All good. Review of those outstanding meeting actions. Is there anything in those, councillors, as a reasonably fairly accurate and fairly prompt response to those resolutions? Are there any others to raise? All good. Thank you, councillors. Upcoming agenda items. Councillors, you're aware that we obviously visited some of that yesterday in front of our strategic and briefing session yesterday. If there are some other obviously upcoming agenda items that you'd actually like to change, review, update, please let us know. Councillors, conflicts of interest. Any conflicts to declare in today's agenda? All good. Thank you, councillors. This is starting out like an outstanding year. Councillors, CEO, is there any petitions tabled?
No, Mr Mayor.
Right, thank you. Okay, councillors, well, that moves us right along to our decision action report. So the first one is from our Chief Financial Officer, and that's in regard to amendments to the adopted 22-23 fees and charges register. And that'll be followed by the monthly financial report. I'll hand over to our Chief Financial Officer, Arun Diaz, and he can lead us through. Thank you, Arun.
Through Mr Mayor, good morning, councillors. The purpose of this report is to recommend amendments to the 2022-23 fees and charges. The amendments to the fee relate to the refused fee compliance fees. I'll now invite our Manager of Finance, Helen Kirby, to present the report in detail.
Thank you, CFO, and through the Chair. Good morning, councillors. In accordance with Section 97 of the Local Government Act, Council is required to maintain a register of cost recovery fees and charges. Section 97, subsection 4 of the Act requires that a cost recovery fee must not be more than the cost to Council of taking the action for which the fee is charged. Section 262, subject 3C of the Act, empowers Council to also charge for a service or facility it supplies other than a service or facility for which a cost recovery fee is fixed. Council will impose such a charge where it is prepared to provide a service to a party that can choose to avail itself of this service. A register of fees and charges is adopted each financial year by resolution as part of the annual budget process. Council may alter the adopted fees by resolution at any time prior to the next budget resolution, should circumstances warrant the introduction of new fees or amendments to current fees. This report represents the third amendment to the original register, which was adopted on the 23rd of March 2022. The first amendment, adopted on the 28th of June, was required to reflect the statutory increase to the right to information fees. The second amendment, which was adopted on the 29th of July, included hourly and unit rate charge changes for halls, cemeteries and refuse activities. This third amendment today to the current adopted fees and charges register proposes adjustments to current fees and updates to current fee descriptions relating to deceased animal fees. Fee decreases are being proposed for the disposal of deceased animals, both with and without weighbridge. As part of the adoption of the original 2022-23 fees, the waste levy component included in the fees was incorrectly applied, resulting in a significant increase in disposal fees for deceased animals. This increase resulted from the merger of the two fees at different unit rates. The gate fee was at a unit rate of per animal, and the levy fee was at a unit rate of per tonne. The fee decrease now aligns the appropriate levy amount combined with each animal fee. A further review was also undertaken to benchmark the fee against other similar-sized councils, which has resulted in a more consistent approach based on the size of the animal. Council intends to refund all overpaid deceased animal disposal fees that were paid based on the original adopted fees. That concludes the presentation of the report, and a recommendation is made that Council approve the amendments to the fees stated in the resolution section of the report, and further that the CEO is authorised to refund any of the higher fees that have already been paid.
Thank you, Helen. Can I just say, as a clarification, fees and charges usually brought to us as part of the budget process, and I respectfully suggest that they're not all perfect actually at that time. So what's the process where we would be reviewing different parts of these fees and charges? Why do we do that?
I can probably talk on behalf of this one in particular. This one was raised because of concerns raised through local businesses, so that was brought about by that process. And my team then jumped into action, looked at the process and looked at the fee that was being charged, and very clearly and very quickly was highlighted that there was an issue there. So it's through a couple of mechanisms. One is obviously, if it comes to mind, through that process, and then clearly, throughout the year, if there are issues identified, even throughout the staff, then we would initiate something through finance. But generally, they're the two methods. There's not a set review process. Yeah.
No, thank you, John, and thank you, Helen. No, I just wanted to know what that is. It's always great that shows a great flexibility, but obviously, I'd love to send out more notices about the way we're reducing fees and charges. That'd be great. But yeah, no, I just wanted to know what that mechanism was. Councillor Rolfe.
So, Mayor, can I just go further from your ask? So maybe to you again, John. If during the year the fees and charges through the software through Tech One, is that where it would be? Is there a mechanism in that to actually pick up any incorrect or?
John, there you go. Just through the chair. Look, probably not. It would probably become they'd come out of more of that awareness through, being raised through the community, or an officer being made aware of a required change.
Probably something else.
Yeah. Okay.
Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one quick question. Was that fee for this that financial year, or this financial year, was it people raised it because it was significantly more, or they raised that they have an issue with the amount anyway? Like, was it less the previous year and then went up, or it was the same and then people have said, look, this is not affordable?
Through the chair, significantly more than last year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moriarty. Right, other questions, councillors? All good. So the recommendation there obviously is a large-ish because of obviously the categories that had to be included. So there is obviously adopting the following amendments to 1, 2, there's 12 there. Obviously the second part of that is in relation to authorising the CEO to refund any of the higher fees referenced in 2468, 10 and 12 that have been paid to the council since the commencement of those fees for the 22-23 financial year. So someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Brimblecombe, seconded by Councillor Daniels. Councillors all in favour? Councillor Burns has indicated he's voting in favour. Against? Carried. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Helen. And as I said, we'll move through now, and Arun might introduce our monthly financial report. Thank you.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Councillors, the monthly finance report is being tabled to council for the period ending 31st December 2022. I'll get Manager of Finance, Ellen Kirby, to present the report in detail. Thanks, Ellen.
Thank you, CFO, and through the Chair. This report presents an overview of Council's financial performance for the period ended 31st of December 22, measured against the revised budget, Budget Review 1, that was adopted on the 9th of November. Council's total original adopted budget was $237.6 million, which at Budget Review 1 was revised upwards to $251.1 million. This total budget includes operating expenses of $176.8 million and a capital works program of $67.5 million. Repayment of borrowings totalling $5.8 million for the year are also included in the total budget figure. At the halfway mark of the financial year, operating expenditure is tracking at 48% of the full year approved total budget and capital works at 21%, while debt redemption is on track at 46%. Council's operating surplus for the period to the end of December is $321,000 against a budgeted deficit of $1.8 million. This represents a positive year-to-date variance against budget of just over $2.1 million. This favourable result at halfway through the year is primarily due to reduced expenditure from the timing of spend on consultants and contractors and favourable variances in revenue related to rates, airport and interest earned. Of the three measures of financial sustainability that Council is required to report on in accordance with the local government legislation, only the asset sustainability ratio is not within the target range at the end of December due to the timing of spend on renewal projects at this stage of the year. As the capital program is completed during the remainder of the financial year, this ratio should align more closely with the budgeted result of 100.9%. Council has strong cash holdings at the end of December of $99.8 million, of which an element is subject to external restrictions that limit the use of this cash for discretionary purposes. At the end of June 2022, cash of $23.9 million was considered restricted. The timing of the receipt of the rates and water levies has a material impact on cash inflows, while the timing of the completion of the capital works program has an impact on the level of cash outflows during the year. At the end of December, borrowings totalled $68.9 million. Principal and interest repayments are made quarterly in arrears, with principal repayments of $2.7 million having been made over the last 6 months and interest incurred of $1.5 million. While Council has budgeted to borrow an additional $10 million this financial year, an assessment of this requirement is still to be undertaken and a decision will be made over the next few months. Currently, actual CapEx spend is 21% or $13.9 million of the total approved capital budget of $67.5 million. When commitments are included, the total spend at the halfway stage of the financial year is $34.8 million or 52% of the total capital budget. Of Council's 5 business activities, only airport and waste have recorded operating surpluses at the end of December, with sale yards and water utilities recording operating deficits. The strong recovery since May at the Emerald Airport continues, with year-to-date revenue exceeding forecasts. Increased refuse fees and a reduction in materials and services expenditure due to the timing of spend on green waste, mulch and landfill day cover have contributed to the strong half-yearly result for the waste business activity. While the water utilities business recorded a deficit of $145,000, this result was favourable when compared to the expected budget deficit of $938,000 at the halfway stage of the year. This result is due to the lower than budgeted employee expenses as a result of unfilled vacancies and lower than expected usage of internal plant and fleet. The reinstatement of recovery action this financial year continues to assist in the reduction in outstanding rates and charges and has improved cash flow. At the end of December, total rates and water arrears are 9.9 million, with rates comprising 7.1 million of this total and water 2.8. The response from ratepayers to the reinstatement reaction has been encouraging, and Council currently has a total of 673 ratepayers under a payment arrangement. Local spend for the month of December was 50%, which has surpassed outside spend of 42%. And this trend also continues from a year-to-date perspective, with local spend of 46% against a spend of 40% associated with suppliers outside the region. That concludes the main highlights of the report, and a recommendation is made that Council adopt the report for the period ended at 31st of December 22. I'm happy to take any questions or clarify any of the information presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you, Arun. It is a strange day when the finance section is an exciting part of the agenda, and there's lots more graphs than I've ever imagined, but there's lots of great information in there which really makes it easy to follow those through. Councillors, any questions on any of those? Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for including the total there for me. It's beautifully set out and it's easy for people to read then, to track where we're at. So thank you very much. Once again, as I'd like to reinforce what the Mayor is saying too, there's lots of great information and it's truly transparent, so thank you very much. I just had one question, if that's all right, and also all the hard work that everybody's doing to make sure that we're sticking to our budgets too, in a time of lots of volatility with costs. On page 79 of the agenda, the table there, following the table on page 78 of the agenda, specifically the table on that page is the 2022-23 capital versus actuals. Thank you very much also for the graphs. It's easier for me to read as well or comprehend at a high level. And my specific question is that about the graph on page 79, which is titled the 2022-23 operating expenditure budget versus actuals for the period ended 31st of December 2022. And just looking at the original budget, the actual year-to-date budget and the BR2. So I'm just wondering, with the the BR1 is the blue line. Just wondering there that obviously if we continued to follow the trajectory based on the BR1, we would be over our budget for our, is that our overall budget, operational budget, or is that our OpEx budget?
So just through the chair, so what the graph you're looking at there is just the operating expenditure, which is no. So if you go back to the table, so your operating expenditure forms part of your total budget. So here, this graph is just focusing on the operating expenditure. So
Helen, we're on page 79, is that correct?
Yeah,
that's right.
Budget,
yeah,
correct?
that's right.
Just wanted to reference.
That's right. So the graph does show that, based on our budget review one, our total operating expenditure did increase from the original budget, but we're tracking currently. We are tracking. We're almost at halfway through the year. We're almost at 50% of that current budget, which is budget review one. We are currently working on budget review two, so of course that will be revised again.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you very much for having those two tables there. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moreira. Councillor Bimblecombe.
I'd just like to thank Arun and his team for the graph on page 89. It just shows the cost trend. It certainly shows the cost of production, of particularly in water. I don't know what it's like in infrastructure, but it just demonstrates the cost to council. It's been steadily going up and it is levelling off, but it's it's a nice graph to demonstrate what's been happening.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McCann. Councillors, other questions? Right, well, thank you very much, Helen. Thank you, Arun. Councillors, a lot of information there, as we've just said, but the recommendation is quite simple, is that we adopt the monthly financial report for period ended 31 December 2022. Someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Moriarty, seconded Councillor Daniels. Councillors, all in favour? Councillor Burns has flexed his arms in the affirmative. Against? Thank you, councillors. Carried. Councillors, we move to 12.4 in our agendas, which is coming under General Manager Jason Houlihan's infrastructure and utilities. And there's 12.4.1 deals with a budget reallocation around the Mayfair Estate rehabilitation. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good morning, councillors. As the Mayor mentioned, the report today seeks an adjustment of the budget to allow the award of a contract for the Mayfair Estate rehabilitation. The proposed funds are to come from another rehabilitation program in Blackwater, which will result in both programs being delayed slightly, but still delivered. I'll hand over to the Manager of Infrastructure, Tyrone Meredith, to run through the report.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors. Council has completed the design for the rehabilitation of the streets within the Mayfair Estate. The Mayfair Estate Rehabilitation Program has a current approved budget allocation of $1.1 million over the next 3 years. Council proposes to deliver the estate rehabilitation in 4 stages or 4 sections, with stages to be delivered in line with budget allocations. The program is now what we consider to be shovel ready. So it's gone through its complete design phase and communication with the community has commenced. During this process, we've gone to market to obtain the pricing for the delivery of Section 1 only. If you look at that figure at the bottom of the page, Section 1 includes a portion of Mayfair Drive, the full length of Mitchell Street and the full length of Baird Street. The price received going through open market for stage 1 only was $3.957 million. Council officers have reviewed the program and the budget submitted as part of this and consider that it is feasible to undertake these works across 2 financial years, being 22-23 and 23-24. This will still leave a budgetary shortfall over the 2 years of $1.157 million from the tendered price. It's recommended that a budget of $4.5 million would be necessary across 2 consecutive financial years for the delivery of Section 1, that being split $2.3 million in 22-23 and $2.1 million in 23-24. I guess some of the reasons why we are in this situation at the moment can be seen in that table below. So that is 2 roads out of stage 1. Our initial design estimate came in at $357,000 for Baird Street. The market price came in at $540,000, which indicates an increase of 51% from the finalised cost estimate, and Mitchell Street having a 49% increase. Some of the reasons that our officers consider this is the level of risk with interacting with the PUP, so the public utility plant, being Telstra, Ergon, NBN and Council, all have their networks located within the actual road corridor. All of these would be interrupted, particularly with the installation of stormwater, because it has to be excavated so far into the estate. Basically every crossing is impacted. And also, as alluded to previously, the unprecedented inflation impacting all of civil construction operations currently certainly led towards this. With this cost variance in mind, the original budget estimate to complete the entire Mayfair rehabilitation was $8.7 million. This is now more likely to become over $13 million for completion of the entire project, based on the rates that we've seen to date. This would equate to an average of $2.6 million per financial year over a 5-year period to be able to deliver the works. As mentioned previously, the program has been split into a 4-section approach that would now be delivered over a minimum of 5 financial years. The 4-section approach has been designed primarily to allow stormwater lines to be constructed in segments and for the bottom of the stormwater network upwards. So section 1 is 300 metre section of Mayfair Drive, basically from Thornton Street towards Rifle Range Road for 300 metres. Baird Street, the entire length, Mitchell Street, and a small section of Newman Drive. Some of the benefits, the table below goes into some of the benefits of constructing in this way. Primarily, the benefits are we're addressing the worst sections of the road first. So that small section of Mayfair Drive is significantly deteriorated at the moment. It takes quite a lot of operational expenditure after any rain event to try and patch it together. We receive numerous complaints. There's quite often vehicle damage along that section of road. In addition to that, it forms part of the trunk infrastructure for the stormwater construction. So the stormwater in that estate all eventually flows out through Lauren Drive into the 2 large retention dams and into the nature reserve. So this construction would allow that trunk to be constructed and take out the worst sections of the road. Some of the options that were considered after that price was received by the market was splitting section 1 out further again. This option that was looked at would be to construct the section of Mayfair Drive and to construct and to do the piece on Baird Street as well. This would take out the Mitchell Street construction. This would likely reduce the price significantly. However, the negative about going with this option is that we lose some of the economies of scale. So the unit rates that we would achieve would likely increase by 15 to 30% because we don't have the level of scale that we would with the original section. Some of the other negatives to this option is its prolonged disruption for the Mayfair residents. It would basically mean if we continued the split down approach, it would take about 12 financial years to deliver the project. So we lose that uniformity in construction and we lose quite a lot of the effect of what we're trying to achieve by breaking it into the sections that we have. Coupled with this issue at Mayfair is ongoing issues with our Blackwater rehabilitation program. So the original intent in 22-23 was to undertake a complete rehabilitation of Littlefield Street in Blackwater. The initial intent of this rehabilitation was similar to what had undertaken in Wattle Street and sorry, the other name eludes me, but Wattle Street in Blackwater over the previous 2 years, which was to basically box out pavement, replace it and rehab it that way, which has been quite successful. When design work commenced on Littlefield Street, it was noted that the stormwater network through there was quite inadequate due to both its age and its capacity as well. Its performance in rain events is not up to what would be considered by current design standards. In lieu of this decision, a design project for stormwater incorporating Littlefield Street and extents has been incorporated into the rehabilitation project, just so that the job is done properly. What this has allowed to is that there's no longer an expectation that the rehabilitation program in Littlefield Street can be delivered in this financial year due to those time constraints. The proposal put forth in this report is that there's a reallocation of $1.2 million from the Blackwater rehabilitation program to the Mayfair estate for the year of 22-23. So the resultant budget allocations for this year would be $2.3 million on Mayfair and $500,000 on Blackwater rehabilitation program. That $500,000 in Blackwater would allow for the finalisation of the design, as well as the potentially the commencement of the project, so that it could start at the end of this financial year, flowing into next financial year primarily. This would provide sufficient funding for the delivery of Mayfair during the 22-23 financial year, with council officers seeking council support to increase the funding for Mayfair from 1.1 to 2.2 for 23-24. The impact of this proposed budget amendment on both the Mayfair Rehabilitation Program and the Blackwater Rehabilitation Program is constrained to delivery timeframes only. No reduction or increase of scope is proposed for either program over the life of either program. Both programs would be delivered on an extended timeframe moving forward due to cost escalation. Just summarising the budget and financial changes. Yep. So the existing approved budget for 22-23 in Mayfair is $1.1 million and 1.7 for Blackwater Rehabilitation Program. The proposed amended budget for 22-23 for Mayfair Rehabilitation would be $2.3 million. For Blackwater Rehabilitation Program would be $500,000. The proposed budget for Mayfair in 23-24 would be $2.2 million and $2.7 million for Blackwater. The additional $1 million allocated in the 23-24 budget will be offset through the development of that budget process. The total project costs of $4.5 million for Section 1 across those two financial years includes design costs already incurred, project management costs, as well as project contingency.
And councillors, I think Jason's just working on putting up a photo of the current condition of the Mayfair Estate Road that we're talking about today.
I think I can remember that one. Okay, Councillor Daniels. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry. I just want to confirm, so by moving the money around, you'll do all sections, and then what's the money that you've got allocated for 23, 20, 24, 25? What will that be used for then?
So through the chair, with the budget reallocation in 22-23 and 23-24 would allow, so for this financial year and next financial year, would allow for the completion of Section 1.
Okay.
Yeah, and that revised budget for 24-25 would allow for Section 2, and then as that budget timeframe extends, we would keep going to 3 to 4.
Yep, okay. No, that's good. And you've got a second question. You've got a letter there which you've obviously sent out to the community, the Mayfair community, to advise of the work. You'll do follow-up, will you do follow-up community? Is that still accurate, or will you be doing follow-up communication? You may not have thought about it.
So through the chair, that information's still relevant.
Yeah.
In terms of timeframe. Working with our communities team, there's been a group set up to allow for that communication on the project specifically, through some form of social media, as well as through the letters as well. So yeah, the intent would be to keep them updated. The next update the intention of the next update would be to advise who the contractor is and their intended timeframes. And then as we break it down further, we'd start looking at the delays. There's going to be major delays through that estate when the project's ongoing, and disruptions to accesses. Yes. And whatnot as well. So that communication piece will be quite key.
But unfortunately, you can't get around that.
No.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Daniels. And the flip side of that, Tyrone, is that our future communication, and bearing in mind there was quite a community input into that, those negotiations, that message about the need for future better design and that reallocation of money should actually happen as well. Yep. Thank you, Tyrone. Sorry, go, Councillor Moriarty. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I've got a few questions and a few comments. Look, I absolutely Mayfair Drive, Mayfair area has been an issue for many, many, many years, and it is dangerous. That's my assessment as an unqualified person, but a resident of this community. I'm so happy that that work is going ahead. However, obviously that work can only go ahead provided that we agree today that this is a way forward. But I just wanted to ask a couple of questions first off. First off, clarification. The funding that's coming out of the Blackwater rehabilitation totals $1.2 million for 2022-23.
Sorry, through the chair, for 22-23, yes, this year.
So $1.2 million. So why is $1.2 million coming out of Blackwater's rehabilitation and not other communities as well, or other projects as well? That's a lot of money.
So through the chair, the primary reason for the coming out of Blackwater is the delay in that project as well. So the fact that it's not shovel ready, we could bring it to the point of being shovel ready. However, I do not believe that we would get the best design intent. I don't believe that we would get the best product for that if we were to rush the construction of that program into this financial year.
And through the chair, if I can just add to that. So the Blackwater Rehabilitation Project, as Tyrone mentioned, it is one street. So similarly, to remove half the money, we can't award a contract with half the money. So to do it properly, unfortunately, both programs are going to have to be delayed. So Mayfair is being delayed. Stage 1, which we had anticipated delivering this financial year, will be delayed into 2 financial years. And the Blackwater program will be delayed by a year as well. So unfortunately, due to, I guess, increasing scopes, but doing the job properly in the first place, in this case, doing a proper job, will delay both programs and spending the money at the right time for both projects.
Thank you, and thank you for answering part of my question. The other part of my question was, how come money didn't come from other communities or other projects? Why the?
I think through the chair. So as Tyrone mentioned, there is a significant risk around the Blackwater project. It's still in the design phase, and we're still working through that stormwater calculations. Irrespective of if we took the money from somewhere else, that money on Blackwater may not be able to be spent this financial year. So from a sensible point of view, it was the most appropriate project to take the money from and spend the money wisely.
Yep, and thank you for that explanation. Obviously, it's always hard to see $1.2 million taken out of hard fought for, which you guys have obviously done internally to make sure that we're supporting Blackwater as well as all the other communities. But what I just wanted to say that, first off, thank you very much to the infrastructure team and Tyrone and your team, General Manager and CEO. Thank you very much for coming to the CRG Roads group and making sure we're up to date with all of this information. So we're aware, and Tyrone has explained that the work for Littlefield Street, I think we're all on the same page with this, is that project is a significant project impacting because of the stormwater, so the subterranean infrastructure of that road, not just the quality of the road at the top, causes a lot of issues to flooding through houses right through that area. Has to be done and has to be done as you quite rightly say, Tyrone and General Manager, that it has to be done to a level that is, and I noted in the letter to the residents of Mayfair, that it's not going to be a Band-Aid fix. And I think that what we're after from the Blackwater community is no more Band-Aid fixes. We want things done properly. So I understand, I can see that there's delay in getting all of the design work done, and I understand that there is a lot of complexities in that. But can you tell me that $500,000, or is there money in this year's that you are still continuing to move with the design of that area? That is, you can guarantee me that that design work is happening.
Through the chair, yes. So just to break that down further, this would, under this amendment, this proposed amendment, so there'd still be $500,000 worth there. That work is ongoing. There is a contract with the designer who has been on the ground, who has started coming up with the concepts, part of which their feedback on their delivery timeframes have pushed towards these dates as well. We also have funding in Blackwater for design works on some other stormwater, so through Bowman and Blaine as well, so a little bit further down in the catchment. And we've also got some resurfacing allocated under our wearing surface for a project in Blackwater as well. Yeah. So that work will be on.
And thank you.
The money like that we're actually taking from Blackwater from this 22-23 year is actually going to be something that you'll actually reinstate in the 23-24 year.
Through the chair, not at the moment. Yep. So it stays as an existing allocation, which was 2.7 for the next financial year. The concept would be, once we're further down the design track with the future projects, we'll come back for further budget amendments once we know what the likely cost would be.
Yeah, so I guess it's not going to disappear. The work will still get done.
Yes.
It'll just be in the subsequent budget. So
yes,
for the sake of getting it right and risking losing the money as a capital expense this year, it will come back to us with the proper design next year or thereafter.
Yes.
I'm not asking you for a guarantee, but that's the process. So it won't go away. It'll still get done, and it'll still get done well.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I was asking for a guarantee that it will be getting done. And the other thing is that resurfacing work that you're talking about to Tyrone. I know that you've kept us all up to date from the Blackwater community perspective. I think the main street, knowing that Littlefield Street is still going ahead, and particularly really good design work, but Bluff Street, can you guarantee that Bluff Street is definitely going to be done?
So through the chair, Bluff Street is the resurfacing project that's been allocated towards. So there's not a lot of pavement issues with Bluff Street. It's purely in the surface. So that's why it only really requires that treatment, as opposed to a lot of the other street where the issues are, through the depth of the pavement.
Yeah. Thank you very much, because Bluff Street, as you know, is one of those, it is at the top at the moment and has been for several years, as you know. And again, I'd like to say that it's been golden, actually, that you guys have been coming and talking to us, keeping us up to date. So really, we've been told all of this information, but not told about the reallocation of funding. So, as the people of Blackwater say, we've got 5 mines at this community. This community services 5 mines. Our streets should be of golden standard, but they're not. So I just needed to voice that on behalf of the community and make sure that those projects are going ahead. Thank you.
If I can, Mr Mayor, just to jump in, just to summarise, probably a bit off track, but in terms of the tender price received, it was significantly higher than we expected. And that seems to be a bit of a pattern that we are experiencing across these type of complex projects. So our day-to-day road rehabilitation and normal type of projects seeing some slight increases, but the complex style projects, we are seeing a significant increase. Some of the information we've received lately on the cost index, and I might refer to the CFO to touch base on that cost index pricing with regard to building price increases across the state.
Thank you, General Manager. Councillors, just by way of information, you might have noticed the Australian Bureau of Statistics publishes cost indexes every quarter, and the September quarter change, the annual change for the road and bridge construction cost index is currently sitting at 10.03%, which is extremely high, more than CPI. The non-residential building construction cost index, even though it does not relate to this project as such, but affects more so the General Manager of Communities projects, is sitting at 9.8%. So we are seeing sharp increases in tender prices, where we're swapping projects for. We could have gone for an additional budget, so to speak, but that would have impacted the overall capital budget as well, because going by 10.03% might have also meant we could have seen increased tender prices for some other projects as well. I'm not saying that's a guarantee, but that's definitely the upward trend of the cost, which we are now seeing. We know largely the reasons for that. It's labour shortages mainly, which is driving the prices up, and fuel as well. But just to put that into perspective. Yeah.
Thank you. I just had one last question, Mr. Mayor, please. I was just wondering, I know that council get funding for a lot of their roads. Is this money just rates money, or is it also, is there external funding going to these projects as well, please?
So through the chair, I believe there's roads to recovery funding allocated to these. So that funding is a certain amount given to council on a 5-year program, but given annually, and then it's to council's discretion where they spend it. So it's not attached to the actual project; it's attached to the council. If that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you, because I was just wondering if there was an external funding component, what flexibility there would be that in acquittal that you would have to justify why you've changed spending the money for in one place rather than the other. And I do appreciate the difficult circumstances of having to work out where, and I know that you appreciate on behalf of the Emerald community the delays that are going to happen there, and appreciate that, you know, we just need explanations from Blackwater as well. Thank you.
All right, councillors, I think, can I just say that it should be, and something we should avoid, is that comparison, I guess, of where expenditure actually offsets different communities. The budget is set for the whole of the region. If locations of coal mine were a reader of where money was contributed, well, there'd be a huge problem here. So there's an equity situation that we need to obviously recognise that happens anywhere. So, you know, I tend to focus on this as more as the practical and sensible allocation of funding rather than it being seen to be as a preferred location of expenditure. It's more about the proper narrative and the actual explanation of how the business runs. So, you know, we've got to be very careful of that, because that's not what we're here for. We certainly want to make sure that the equitable, I suppose, allocation of these things is a sensible allocation rather than it being parochial, I guess, in some way, shape or form. I understand the need for messaging, but I think we also need to make sure that it's not about disadvantaging one community over the other. So just wanted to say that.
Yeah, and thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. But if Springshaw, Capella, Emerald were having $1.2 million taken out of and redistributed, you would expect that people would ask questions.
Well, I think it is. There would be questions, but I think the answers are quite simple. There's quite an empirical nature of the populations. If we go into, I guess you'd say, where allocations would be based on population percentages or others, it would be pretty complex and diverse and confusing situation if we take into account water, wastewater and all our costs. It's just a case of, moving forward into that really, really sensible, I suppose, management of all of our communities where obviously it's a response to, the efficiencies we can get, the capacity that we can get, the unit costs as Tyrone's talking about, and as Arun just said, this is the first example, I suppose, of, a sizable change to the budgeted amounts that actually capital is suffering now, and you're going to see some of this probably for the next 18 months. So I guess I prefer to see it as certainly the way we deal with some of these things. We now have the example of perhaps where these estimations can change and will change. So can I also caution against any guarantees on anything, because the reality would be that if for instance, if there was a change of that quantum, you will have all of these guys coming back with us for the next 18 months talking about cost blowouts, and it will be not necessarily about reallocating money, but just the pressure of budgetary situations that will change. All right, councillors, the recommendation there is in a number of parts, and I think Tyrone went to great lengths to labour where they were going to change from and to. So the first one is about the $500,000 for the 22-23 Blackwater Rehabilitation Program. You're approving a funding allocation for 2.3 for Mayfair Estate Rehabilitation Program. You're approving a funding allocation of 2.1 for the 23-24 Mayfair Rehabilitation Program. And in 4, you're endorsing the award of that particular item number or tender number to C4 Civil Proprietary Limited for the delivery of the 22-23 and the 23-24 financial years of $3.957812 and 2 cents. Is someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Sypher, seconded Councillor Curtis. All in favour? Councillor Burns, I can see, has voted in favour. Against? Councillor Moriarty has indicated she's voting against. Thank you, councillors. Carried. Happy that you record it. That'll be recorded. Thank you, Councillor Moriarty. Councillor Burns has been relegated to the obscure top right-hand corner. Oh.
Moved Councillor Sypher,
Sypher and Curtis. And Councillor Moriarty voted against it, so she would like that recorded, please, Marnie. Sorry, I didn't realise you weren't there. All right, thank you, Tyrone. All right, councillors, 12.5 is the CEO's report in relation to the LGAQ's Queensland Climate Resilient Councils, I think, which is a newie. So thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, quite right. The Local Government Association of Queensland has introduced, in response to a number of motions over time around the issue of climate change, net zero, transition to low carbon economy, energy transformation and so on, they have introduced a new symposium called the Climate Councils Symposium, and that first symposium is to be held in Brisbane on the 2nd of March this year. So, as is our usual practice, this report is to determine any councillor attendance at the symposium coming up.
Councillors, you would have read that, and certainly the proposed agenda for the day. It's obviously just a day event, and there is I see the last session there is in relation to what's needed to go forward, and there's Councillor Andrew Martin from Blackall Tambo, Councillor Marion Baker from Isaacs, Mayor Burdekin, Lynn McLaughlin, Councillor Ross Andrews. I'm not sure where Ross is from. Is he Brisbane?
I'm not sure.
Let's hope he's not watching the live stream. But those, there's a couple of good sessions there. So, councillors, as you're aware, we certainly, with the greatest respect, not necessarily in relation to climate resilience, we certainly have got some very live advocacy in a kind of a way happening there. So it would be good to be represented there, I guess. So
Councillor, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Ross Andrews is the Mayor of Yarrabah Aboriginal Shire Council.
Yep. Actually, yeah, he's a young guy, I know. Yep. All right. Thank you, Ross Andrews. Councillors, delegate, Councillor Daniels,
I was going to say, I would like to attend.
happy to attend. All right. Excellent. All right. Well, Councillor Daniels, your name will be inserted there in the identified person section. So, councillors, that recommendation is there that we be represented at the LGAQ Climate Resilient Council Symposium on the 2nd of March by Councillor Daniels. Someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Curtis, seconded Councillor Carpenter. All in favour? Councillor Burns has indicated he's voting in favour. Against? Thank you, councillors. Carried. Thank you, Councillor Daniels. Councillors, often we discuss where we might actually close the meeting for these sessions. Just in terms of our Office of Representation, it don't make sense that we have a closed session item now, which relates to some of our rates and charges policy. So, councillors, we might move into closed session. If someone would like to move that, please. Moved by Councillor Cypher, seconded Councillor Carpenter. All in favour? Councillor Burns has indicated he's in favour. Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cypher. Thank you, John. Right, welcome back to our live streamers. Thank you for your patience while Council has deliberated on a matter of a rates concession. So, councillors, after that discussion, your recommendation that we have here is that there's two parts to this, that a rebate being the write-off of the total interest accrued, and this is for assessment number 15280, in accordance with the sections 121C and 121 and 122(1)A of the local government reg, and relates to assessment 15280, that a rebate being the write-off of the total interest accrued of an amount of $7,025.24, and an agreement to defer payment of the outstanding rates and charges for 3 years commencing 25 January 2023, today's date, and ending on 25 January 2026, on which date the outstanding rates and charges will become due and payable. And further, that the council notes that the interest will not accrue on the outstanding rates and charges while the concession referred to in paragraph 2 continues. So I think that answers the question, Councillor Daniels, we talked about before. All right. All right, councillors, someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Cypher, seconded Councillor Rolfe. All in favour? Councillor Burns has indicated he's in favour. Against? Councillor Moriarty. That's all right, Councillor Moriarty? Absolutely. And Councillor Moriarty's voted against. All right, councillors, that is carried. An appropriate time, I think, to break, sorry, live streamers. You're being treated very badly today, but we're going to have a break for morning tea. And look, I think if officers have come to present their reports, they're more than welcome to join us for morning tea. We will come back at 11:15 and continue our meeting then, so we'll adjourn the meeting and we'll come back at 11:15. Thank you, councillors. Wait for our live streamers to actually notify. Right. Welcome back, live streamers. We shall resume our council meeting, having breaking for morning tea, and back at 11:15. Councillors, you will see that information reports item 14.1, which relates to the Chief Financial Officer role again. This time it relates to the Auditor General's 21-22 audit observation. So, Arun, you will be leading us here again. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, this report is tabled to Council to table the Auditor General's closing audit report provided to the Mayor about the audited financial statements for the period ending 30th of June 2022. These reports have been tabled to the Audit Committee, but under Section 213(3) of the Local Government Regulations, the Mayor must present these reports to Council, so these reports are just to receive and note. I'll invite our Manager of Finance, Helen Kirby, to present the report in detail.
Thank you, CFO, and through the Chair, good afternoon, councillors. Council's financial statements are subject to an annual financial audit by the Queensland Audit Office in accordance with Section 212 of the Local Government Regulation. An observation report about an audit of a local government's financial statements is a report that includes details of the observations and suggestions made by the Queensland Audit Office about matters and issues arising out of the audit. In accordance with Section 213, subsection 3 of the regulation, the Mayor must present a copy of the observation report at the next ordinary general meeting of the local government. The Queensland Audit Office conduct the audit in 2 stages, with an observation report provided to the Mayor at the completion of each stage. The first observation report provided to the Mayor is the interim report, which is issued in relation to the interim audit. This audit assesses the design and implementation of Council's internal controls and whether they are operating effectively. The interim report in relation to Council's 2022 financial year audit was issued to the Mayor on the 24th of August. The second observation report is provided as a final management letter, which confirms the completion of the audit, the opinion issued in the independent auditor's report, the audit fee, and an update on any issues identified after the issue of the audit closing report that was provided to the Chief Executive Officer. The final management letter was issued to the Mayor on the 15th of December. The observation reports are in addition to the independent auditor's report, which forms part of the audited financial statements. This report provides an opinion as to whether the statements comply with the appropriate legislation and accounting standards and present fairly the financial position and performance of the Council. On the 31st of October, the Queensland Audit Office issued an unmodified opinion on Council's 2021-22 audited financial statements in the independent auditor's report. An unmodified opinion, as I said before, reflects that the statements comply with the appropriate legislation and accounting standards and present fairly the financial position and performance of Council. The audited financial statements and auditor's report were included in the annual report that was adopted by Council on the 23rd of November. A closing report covering more operational aspects of the audit was also issued to the CEO on the 20th of October. Both the interim and closing reports were presented to Council's Audit Committee and are referred to in the minutes of the respective Audit Committee meetings. In the minutes of the respective committee meetings, sorry. The final management letter was received following the last Audit Committee meeting and will therefore be tabled at the next scheduled meeting. In the final management letter, the Queensland Audit Office documented certain deficiencies in Council's internal controls and financial reporting that were either identified in the year under audit or they were unresolved issues that had been identified or reported in prior year audits. While there were no current internal control issues identified during the 2022 financial year audit, there were still 3 unresolved significant deficiencies reported from prior years. These issues relate to the quality review of asset valuations, invoice splitting and procurement processes. The nominated resolution date for these issues was originally the 31st of December 22. However, management are now working towards a revised resolution date of the 30th of June 2023. The quality review of asset valuations will be addressed as part of the asset valuation framework that is under development and is expected to be implemented before the 30th of June 2023. A revised and updated procurement policy is scheduled for adoption by Council in March or April this year. An advanced procurement training schedule and resources have already been developed and have now been implemented and rolled out across Council. There was only one financial reporting issue identified as part of the 22 audit, and there were no unresolved reporting issues from prior year audits. The current year issue relates to the need for a property, plant and equipment comprehensive asset valuation framework or policy. The resolution date for this issue was originally nominated by management as the 31st of December. However, as the framework is currently still under development, the implementation date will now occur before the 30th of June 23. As mentioned earlier, the development of this framework will also provide a resolution for prior year internal control issues identified in relation to the quality review of asset valuations. In the audit closing report issued to the CEO on the 20th of October, the Queensland Audit Office commented on Council's overall financial sustainability risk based on the 3 ratios required to be reported in accordance with the local government regulation. Council's risk level was assessed as moderate based on the 5-year average ratio results. It should be noted that the Queensland Audit Office's assessment of financial sustainability risk does not consider Council's long-term financial forecasts or the credit assessments that are undertaken by the Queensland Treasury Corporation. At the 30th of June 22, Council's 5-year average operating surplus ratio was negative 1.89%, which is outside the target range of between 0 and 10%. This result reflects the impact of operating deficits recorded in previous financial years. The ratio itself indicates the extent to which operating revenues raised cover operating expenses, and the ratio for the 22 financial year was a positive 1.5%, which is within the target range, and Council's long-term financial plan indicates that this positive trend will continue over the medium term. Council's net financial liabilities ratio at the 30th of June was negative 6.82%, which is well within the target range of less than 60%. This ratio indicates that there is no concern in relation to Council having the ability to repay debt from operating revenue. Council's 5-year average asset sustainability ratio at the 30th of June was 104%, which is in line with the target range of greater than 90%. This ratio indicates the extent to which assets are being replaced as they reach the end of their useful life. The audit fees associated with the annual external audit undertaken by the Queensland Audit Office are provided for in Council's annual budget. The final audit fee for the 22 financial year audit was $175,500, which compares to the prior year fee of $160,750. That concludes the report, and a recommendation is made that Council receive the Auditor-General's observation reports provided to the Mayor in relation to the audit of the financial statements for the year ended the 30th of June 22.
Thank you, Helen. We seem to see these reports quite frequently. I guess any of those members of the Audit Committee certainly. Councillors, questions on those, on any of those? Councillor Robb.
Thanks, Mayor. Probably to Arun. The framework, the asset valuation framework, I agree it should be a framework rather than just a policy. Will that, and shifting the date to the 30th of the 6th, 23, does that come as a resolution from the Audit Committee?
Through Mr. Mayor, Councillor Rolfe, not necessary, but not necessary. The only difference though is we tabled a report to the Audit Committee at the last one, I believe, where we submitted a timeline of asset valuations, and we suggested that we won't undertake any comprehensive revals this year, but roads and airports were marked for a comprehensive reval in the next financial year. So whilst this asset framework policy more relates to the comprehensive revals, we still do a desktop and indexation. So we'll still continue work on that, but it won't affect the valuations as such, no.
As such, okay. So that means then that it's possible to go to whether a 3, 4 or 5 year to actually fit in all of our asset value revaluations, the 5-year cycle. Is that recommended?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, so three, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Olf, yes, generally we will recommend somewhere between a 3 to 5 year. There will be some asset classes like land or buildings or something where if there is a market shift, we might have to do valuations earlier than that. But we usually assess those type of things on a yearly basis, and then we report through the audit committee if there's any changes. Yep.
Okay, and there's a question here about, I have a question about, underneath this asset valuation framework, that the audit committee should be engaged early in the valuation process to provide key input and oversight of the valuation process. Is that more about just the framework and how, and the, yeah? Okay,
Yes,
thanks.
three, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Rolf, we started that in
Yes.
the last audit committee by giving a timetable. I think the next step now is to bring the framework to the audit committee and agree on the assumptions and the method and the unit rates and all those things.
That's a good way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thanks, Councillor. All right, Councillor. Thank you, Helen. Thank you, Arun. Councillors, that recommendation there, as Helen said at the end there, is about receiving that observation report provided to the Mayor and the Auditor of the financial statements for the year 30 June 2022. So I'm happy to move those. Moved by Councillor Rolfe, seconded. Councillor Moriarty. Councillors moved and seconded. All in favour? Councillor Burns has indicated he's voted in favour. Against? Thank you, Councillors. Carried. Thank you, Helen. Councillors, we move in. The audit word is prominent. In 14.1.2, this relates to the audited financial statements of the Central Highlands Development Corporation, which is your next agenda item through you again, Arun. Thank you.
Three, Mr. Mayor, Councillors, very similar to the previous report, Section 213B of the Local Government Regulation requires financial statements of a controlled entity of a local government to be presented to Council if they are audited under the Auditor General Act 2009. This report recommends that Council receives the audited financial statements of the Central Highlands Regional Development Corporation for the year ended 30th of June 2022. I'll now invite Manager of Finance, Helen Kirby, to present the report in detail.
Thank you, CFO, and through the Chair. A company is considered controlled if it is subject to the control of Council. Control means the capacity of Council to dominate decision-making, directly or indirectly, in relation to the financial and operating policies of the entity. Section 213B of the Local Government Regulation requires if the financial statements of a company controlled by Council are subject to an audit by the Queensland Audit Office, then Council must obtain a copy of the audited financial statements and present them at the next ordinary general meeting and publish a copy or a link to the copy on Council's website within 14 days after the financial statements are presented at the meeting. At the 30th of June 2022, Council had two companies that it controlled, the Central Highlands Development Corporation, or CHDC, and the Central Highlands Housing Company Limited. CHDC was formed in 1997, is the lead economic and tourism development agency for the Central Highlands region. The company has a Chief Executive Officer and 7 directors, consisting of the Mayor, 2 councillors, Council's Chief Executive Officer, and 3 independent community members. The Central Highlands Housing Company was formed in 2012 with the principal object to provide affordable housing in the council region. Directors of the company at the 30th of June 2022 were the Mayor, 3 councillors and 3 invited community members. As at the date of this report, the Queensland Audit Office had not signed the independent auditor's report in relation to the 2021-22 financial statements of the Central Highlands Housing Company, and a separate report therefore will be presented to Council in accordance with the regulation following receipt of the signed audit financial statements. On the 31st of October, the Queensland Audit Office issued an unmodified opinion on the 2021-22 financial report of CHDC in the independent auditor's report. An unmodified opinion reflects that the statements comply with the appropriate legislation and accounting standards and present fairly the financial position and performance of CHDC. In relation to matters arising from the audit, the Auditor-General issued a final management letter to the Chief Executive Officer of CHDC on the 7th of December 2022, which confirmed the completion of the audit, the opinion issued in the independent auditor's report, the audit fee, and an update on any issues identified after the issue of the closing report to the CEO on the 20th of October. The closing report, which principally relates to the operational aspects of the audit, was presented to the Board of Directors of CHDC and is referred to in the minutes of the respective board meetings. The final management letter was received following the last board meeting and will therefore be tabled at the next scheduled meeting. The financial position of CHDC at the 30th of June 22 and its financial performance for the year then ended is presented in the audited financial report, which was provided as attachment 1 to the tabled report. CHDC recorded a net surplus of $356,000 for the 22 financial year, which reflects the continued positive short-term performance for the company. Total income generated in the financial year was $2.6 million, of which approximately 79% came from recurrent grant funding provided by Council. An amount of $2.3 million was spent on day-to-day operations during the year, which includes $1.5 million of employee expenses. Cash balances increased from $1.7 million to just over $2 million during the financial year, and equity increased from $1.6 million to $1.9 million, which represents what is owned by CHDC less what they owe. These results reflect a very sound financial performance by the company for the year ended 30th of June 22. In the final management letter issued on the 7th of December, there were no current internal control or financial reporting issues noted as being identified during the current audit. However, the Queensland Audit Office documented a prior year audit issue which had been resolved during the 22 financial year. This issue related to the need to implement a centralised filing system for grant documentation. The audit fees associated with the annual external audit undertaken by the Queensland Audit Office are provided for in CHDC's annual budget, and the final audit fee for the audit was $13,500, which was the same as the previous year's fee. In accordance with Section 213B of the regulation, Council must publish a copy or a link to the copy of controlled entities' audited financial statements on its website within 14 days of tabling them at the meeting. Based on a request from the Board of Directors of CHDC, an explanatory note will also accompany the published financial report to address 3 immaterial errors contained in the audited financial statements, which are outlined in the report table today. That concludes the presentation of the report, and a recommendation is made that Council receive the financial statements of the Central Highlands Development Corporation for the year ended 30th of June 22.
Thanks, Helen. With your indulgence, Councillors, CEO, General Manager is CEO Peter Dowling, I should say. I kicked you up a couple of notches there. Is here. Peter, did you want to add anything to those, or observations or otherwise?
No, Mr. Mayor, I think the board is very happy with the outcome. I think the notes are, as they stated, immaterial.
Peter, come to that microphone if you wouldn't mind. It's just that Councillor Burns is online. Just in terms of the audio, just works a bit better with that microphone. So if you just push right-hand button, Peter. Sorry to put you on the spot there, but I know you're following this closely.
I could hear him fine.
Oh, thanks, Joe. Yeah.
Thanks, Mayor. I think that the board went through this process in partnership with Council, which was well received. The notes that are there are really immaterial items, but worthy of noting, and something that the board wanted. From our perspective, we also have worked closely with Council to understand the process of the overarching audit and the timeframes. And as a board, we do have some. We've had some ongoing concerns in terms of the timeframe of delivery of the signed financial audit documents to align with our AGM. So we are working through that. I've had ongoing conversations with the service provider, BDO, and also the Queensland Audit Office, and are looking forward to putting a plan in place for the coming financial year.
Yep. Thanks, Peter. Councillor's question. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you very much. Do I call you General Manager or Peter?
Whatever you wish.
Sorry, Peter, just to clarify, I'm just trying to get my head around what you were saying there. So were you saying this is the first time you've gone through this process, or you've just aligned the process this time.
Correct. I'd have to defer to probably Helen or Arun or the chair as to how often or how long it's been since CHDC's been part of the larger CHRC audit process. I believe it's been a couple of years now, but I'm not familiar with that history.
Just through the chair, so it is a completely separate audit process, but council's been preparing consolidated financial statements now for the last 2 financial years. So as part of that, you know, we obtain a copy of CHDC's financial statements and consolidate them with council. But the audit processes are completely separate.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's right.
I thought it might have been, but I just wanted to clarify because I just thought if it was legislated, it would have, it's something that was happening all the time, but it's just new.
No, relatively new. I think from my perspective, it's the integration of the timing so that we meet council's need for these reports and the audit committee of council. But it is a separate audit, as Helen has indicated. Previously, they were done by an independent auditor of our choice as an organisation, but in recent times it's been through the QAO because of the legislative requirement.
Yeah. Oh, good. It's yeah. No, that's awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Peter. I just wanted to just make sure I'm understanding this right. So, just on page 161 of the agenda, the financial statement, just trying to see what the title is, but anyway, the revenue and cash flow. So I'm just wanted to confirm in there, as you had stated in the preamble there, Helen, that basically the council's contribution to CHDC is coded or under the grants received. So it's not separated out like the external grants and then council's contribution to CHDC. So it's all in one bucket there. So.
Correct.
Correct.
And also to confirm that in 2021, the total cash and cash equivalents for CHDC was in 2021 $1,744.82 in the bank, and then, total equivalent of cash, and then in 2022, the money at the bank was was $2,051,549, just to confirm that, and that there was a surplus of for that financial year of $355,734.
Correct.
So to understand, Councillor, with regards to the cash at bank, we need to be clear that that is actually made up of a number of items. So they're made up of project carryover, and they're made up of our solvency requirements. So say of that 2.052 million that was at cash at bank at the end of financial year 21, 1.24 million of that is in project carryovers and also the requirements to be solvent. So it's not all surplus funds at 2.52 million.
And part of your solvency too is staff leave and provisions.
Correct.
And however, what I was asking to confirm there that there is an increase in the amount of money that was in the bank, plus there's a surplus as well for that financial year. There was like an increase from the previous year, and then there's a surplus as well in that. So is the surplus the amount that's the increase in the bank there?
It can be. We would need to go back and define that for you. Surplus is an interesting word. Often that could be additional carryover of projects that are going into the next financial year as well. But we can certainly define that for you if you wish.
Yeah. And just one other question in closing is on page 164 of the agenda. I just noted under point 14, contingent liabilities, and it's noted that it is a risk that the $130,500 from JobKeeper. Obviously, that JobKeeper money is in the bank as well. And I was just wondering, just for clarification, why would the auditor put that there as a risk?
I might have to defer to others who know the mind of an auditor.
Just through the chair. So they're recognising that it's not a real liability at the moment, but potentially in the future a liability to repay those funds may arise. So it's just to give the reader more information about potential future issues that may arise.
Yeah. So you'd have to make sure you got that money in the bank all the time as well.
Yeah, and that's
That's
an interesting position that we need to investigate further. The whole JobKeeper funds are there to support organisations in need at the time, so whether they are required under that arrangement to be kept for some potential payback to government, we would need to investigate that.
Yeah. Because like the organisation's funded principally through council, so
yes.
yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Moriarty. Any other questions? And thanks, Peter, for adding some additional comment.
Okay.
All right, councillors. Well, the recommendation there is, the recommendation from council is that we receive the audited financial statements of the Central Highlands Development Corporation for the year ended 30 June 2022. I think in that report it also talks about the housing companies, one coming subsequently.
Correct.
So this is just the CHDC. So someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Curtis, seconded Councillor Brimblecombe. All in favour? Councillor Burns indicated he's voting in favour. Against? Thank you, councillors. That's carried. Thank you very much, Helen. Thank you, Peter. Councillors, communities does have a responsibility here in the agenda today, and under 14.2.1 is a record of proceedings of our Sport and Active Recreation Advisory Group from 30 August 2022. I note Officers Emma Teeney and Emily Turner here, and I guess I'll leave it to General Manager John to do those introductions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think you've pretty well covered it there in the introduction. Hand over to the team members, Emma and Emily, to run through the report. Thank you,
Just
Chief.
before they do, General Manager, with your indulgence as well, please acknowledge Emily's presence here today. Emily's doing her first report. Don't want to make you nervous, Emily. Just make it like that catch you took at cricket. You need to do it. I think it's worth acknowledging, certainly from Emily's perspective, she has been a trainee here at this organisation. And Emma might actually elaborate that on a little bit on where Emily's actually going to now, if you don't mind.
Fantastic.
Took the words right out of my mouth, Mr. Mayor. Emily was our trainee for the previous 12 months in sport and recreation. At the end of last year, she achieved her Certificate 3 in sport and recreation, and since then she's been successful in the recruitment to sport and recreation officer. So we've got to keep her, so it's a good news story. So I thought this would be a good learning opportunity for her to present her first report.
Thank you, General Manager McDougall, through the chair. I'm here today to present the record of proceedings from the Sport and Active Recreation Advisory Group, Meeting 3, held on the 30th of August 2022. This report represents the record of proceedings for the Sport and Active Recreation Advisory Group to be received by the Central Highlands Regional Council as required under the terms of reference. The Sport and Active Recreation Advisory Group includes a representation from councillors, senior staff and community members. The purpose of these meetings is to give residents, representatives from the community, sporting clubs, associations, and industry experts the opportunity to provide and seek advice from the Central Highlands Regional Council. In return, the group provides guidance and recommendations on matters relevant to the strategic direction of the sport and active recreation in the Central Highlands area. The record of proceedings from the meeting held on the 30th of August 2022 were presented to the group at the fourth meeting on the 6th of December 2022 and confirmed by the group. A copy of the records are attached to this report. We are happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you very much, Emily. Chair, did you have anything to add to those minutes, or councillors Bimblecombe and Cypher that represent council on that group?
Just one point I want to ask a question on, and that comes through the tenure update. We've been trying to, there are some sports facilities that have no fees and charges on them. They're the ones that we're having trouble getting tenure agreements done on. And I was just wondering where the new fees and charges thing is coming to council so that we can proceed with you know, to get them with signed agreements.
Mr Mayor, I can, through the chair, I can probably answer that. Councillors, and in particular Councillor Carpenter, to give you a little bit of background, the team have done the body of work, and I certainly do acknowledge that and thank them for doing that. As part of our agenda review process, the fees were put up as part of the initial report, and a decision was made at that point to, I suppose, assess those new fees as part of the new fees and charges for 23, 24, I've got to get used to saying that. So that's where that decision was made. So the team has done the work, it's just we're going to delay it and then kick those off in that time. So I do acknowledge that that has been certainly raised by a number of councillors in the room, and you were probably maybe wondering why that wasn't in the fees and charges report there today. A briefing note was sent out earlier this week, and there was certainly a paragraph in there referring to that, those issues. So that's probably all I can add at that point, unless the CEO or CFO wanted to add anything.
So the short answer is that the fees and charges will be coming as part of the normal budget process for 23-24, and it's not just in relation to sporting facilities. There's been a complete review of fees and charges leading up to the budget process in General Manager McDougall's department. So it'll be coming as part of the budget. Of course, if councillors wanted a particular area of fees and charges to be reviewed mid-year or come to council earlier than budget, that can always be done, but at the moment we're following process and reviewing through the course of the year and plan to bring up the amended fees and charges for sporting facilities and others as part of the 23-24 budget process.
Through Mr Mayor, just to add to the General Manager and CEO's comments, we adopt fees and charges for next financial year by March usually, so there is currently a report scheduled to come to council for the financial year 23-24 to be adopted by council in March, but it won't be until the resolution will be from 1st of July. So those fees will be included in that report.
So I take it that council's happy to have these grounds and things used free of charge in the meantime?
With that's the question, I guess. With what's proposed, the new fees and charges would become effective if approved by council 1st of July. So yes, the current year's adopted fees and charges would apply until then, unless council asks us to bring that earlier.
So Councillor Carver, you weren't thinking of instances or examples where they're paying no fees and charges currently, and that's obviously not allowing you to continue with the tenure arrangements?
Well, about fees and charges.
Do you want more of?
We have as current fees and charges just adds support to the tenure agreement negotiations, I suppose, is what I'm saying. Without that, we're left dangling, really.
Yep. So
Because
there's
we've got
two
no-
parts of this. If there is no fees and charges, you can't continue your tenure negotiations. And
Well, we can, but we've got no backing.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, understand.
We can still keep talking, but we might as well not be because we've got nothing to back the to back up the negotiations with.
Through the chair, can I just to clarify, I suppose the confusion I think we're feeling there today, it's not confusion, the concerns raised as part of the CHRC minutes. If you read those in completeness, there was an issue raised and certainly endorsed through that. I want to say endorsed. I don't know if that's the right word, through the CHRC, but certainly raised through the CHRC. To look at fees and charges being one of those mechanisms we can manage with moving forward. So I'm more than happy, it's there ready to go, and I'm more than happy to bring those back, CFO, through your process to do that. That would be no problems whatsoever. The team's done the work.
Okay. My turn.
Councillor Rolfe, yeah.
So, just a couple of questions. On page 178, it's 2.11, and it's work with showgrounds users across the region to develop strategic business plans and master planning of facilities. I might also add that I am not the president of the Springshore Show Society anymore, just to make it clear that I'm just an ordinary citizen. So I ask about, I'm sure that organisations have their own master plans. Are we going to get together as a user group and have a master plan for showgrounds? So does that include all users for all? Yeah. Let me point out something, that the user groups in showgrounds, where showgrounds have got arenas and football fields, cricket fields, they're not using the same facilities, basically. So how are you thinking to do these master planning and strategic planning, please?
I might start through the chair, and Emma, give me that look if I'm off track here. Councillor Carpenter also. The exact way we're going to go about that hasn't really been established and defined yet, and I think that's it's certainly been raised as one of our priorities moving forward. I'm yet to see what that definition looks like or the scope of that looks like. I hear what you're saying though. We've got a big diversity of our showgrounds, right from very much a multi-user, faceted type approach, right through to, it's purely a showgrounds arena, if that makes sense. So I think we need to take that on board. We can take that back through the CHRC, and part of that strategic approach, and I think I'll take this opportunity to say that's very much where we're trying to keep the group at, is that strategic approach, and the councillors in the room are doing a great job with that as well. We'll take that back to that group, and the team can develop something in anticipation for that next CHRC meeting, to look at a scope to very much hit that mark that Councillor Rolfe is talking about. If we're comfortable, and Councillor Carpenter as the chair, if you wanted to add anything there, or I'm happy. Sorry.
I think my attitude towards it would be that we would be consulting with as many people as possible. We do that anyway on a regular basis to all especially the multi-purpose centres, like Springshore Showgrounds as an example, where there are lots of users. We go there once a year to talk to all the clubs that are on the grounds, not only Springshore but Ralston. We've been, Capella. We do all that anyway, so it's part of the process that we would be talking master planning.
Yep.
In that process.
Thanks, Councillor Carpenter.
Thanks for being patient, Councillor Syca. I'm sorry, I knew.
I think you want to make a response. Did you want to say something?
Jeez.
No, go on, you go.
Actually, I want to go back to what Councillor Carpenter was saying before about the fees. I truly get what the purpose of that is. It's certain users are accessing facilities at no cost because they've never had fees and charges on those facilities, whereas other areas have. And they won't sign user agreements because they're on, getting a good deal. But I'm quite comfortable to leave the fees and charges to the next financial year, to the next budget process, because at the end of the day, we're not getting any extra revenue by not doing it. Like, they're not paying anything now. We're only trying to force them to go on to the user agreements, because once the fees come into effect, they will be paying. So, yeah, sure, you might pick up a little bit of revenue now, but I kind of feel that to have a clean system, a clean-cut, transparent system, to wait to the next financial year would be best. And I was going to say something else, and oh yeah, I know what it was. And and I'm sure these ones who are currently not paying any fees and not signing user agreements are fully aware that I'm sure the discussion's been had with them about fees and charges will have to be introduced. But I'd also like to see that sort of information and communication during our budget preparation time. We want to get better at communication, not just dump things onto people. And I think we should do this correctly and actually take our time to do that pre-budget communication to the whole of the community, and not just to the people that it's going to affect, but bring our whole communities on board so they've got a clear understanding why these fees and charges are now going to be implemented in the future. So that was pretty much my message.
Thanks, guys.
So through the chair, I'm a little bit confused now, so I just need probably a position, Mr. Mayor, through you as chair, on what I'll bring back. Am I going to bring it back as an interim, or I just need probably a position from council?
Well, I think what you've done is you've got a discussion there that's saying that you'd like to see what the fees and charges are. I know the chair, Councillor Carpenter of the SARA group, has said that it's a requirement for the negotiation going forward. Well, we're accepting there's no fees and charges paid now. You will probably have them ready by March, April, or a draft that will be helpful, I guess, for the next tenure negotiations in whatever shape or form would be going forward. They will become current on 1 July, and I think that's what Councillor Syca is saying. So I think if part of that conversation can be that the SARA committee is aware of the draft fees and charges that will be coming through the budget process. These are likely to be the fees and charges for the year, the communications, right? Sorry, go on.
Yeah, can I just say that, in no disrespect to anybody, but I just feel that when one councillor says something, it's assumed that that is the opinion of all.
Yeah,
this sort of thing should come to a strategy meeting, and it should be discussed where all councillors have an opportunity to talk about things. There was no consensus on one person who says you should wait, and one person who says you should do it straight away. No one else has had consensus, so I believe this sort of discussion should actually be had in strategy meetings.
Happy to bring that to a strategy and briefing. We're ready to go with that report, so that can come to the very next strategy and briefing session for councillors to have a discussion.
Right.
Thank you.
Yep. Happy to do it. Right. So I think that's the general direction there, John. So
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Moriarty, go.
Yeah, thank you very much. Obviously, just taking the point of everybody, but obviously there's a process to reaching parity across the region with how we're delivering out our services, fees and charges as well. And I think it's a good practice to be to be deliberative and be prepared in that process. So I can certainly understand Councillor Carpenter's perspective and Councillor Cypher's perspectives as well. And it's good that it's coming back to a strategy meeting for us to have some input into that. The other thing I would like to ask, although I had a couple of questions, Mr Mayor, what arose out of those discussions was the showgrounds. I'm just trying to get my head around some of these multi-user facilities, because I was under the impression that having a look at these multi-user facilities was something that came through to council. So you're saying that the SARAG is the group that approves those? No. So just to clarify the process, that all comes to council and then it goes to the advisory group, because the showgrounds at Emerald, the showgrounds at Blackwater, showgrounds everywhere keep coming up. And I was just wondering if there's an opportunity to, and this is the beauty of this report coming now to council, is that we get to see what's happening in the space. If there's an opportunity just to get our heads around, you know, what's happening with each of the showgrounds across the region, you know, what's there, who are the users, and where are we up to collectively with, you know, moving forward with some of these multi-user facilities, just to understand also whether this is part of this discussion or not, about the fees and charges. I can see the fees and charges is something different, but some of those places are multi-user as well.
More than happy. Through the chair, Councillor Moriarty, I can see that in a workshop style. We've got to go back to the terms and terms of reference for the SARAG. The SARAG is not a decision-making group. It provides recommendations to council. So too, there are operational issues that the team will make decisions on and move forward as well. But this is one, clearly, where it's a large issue and it's something that we would like to workshop with council. I won't set a date today, but what I will commit to through the minutes is that we will look for a workshop session, if that's okay, Marnie, please. I know they're filling up quickly. If we can do that sooner, sort of rather than later, and provide that information and that ability for all councillors to have some discussion there, that would be, that's no worries at all.
And I'm also happy for that to be sort of a briefing note or an update as well, so we can just see if it's difficult to schedule in, because I do understand where you're at there too, John. But it's up to you.
Might take that liberty. If it ends up being a briefing note, then it does. But preferably, I think I've probably just gauged through the body language there is probably a bit of discussion that needs to be had there.
Yeah.
And more than happy with that. If councillors see it so fit, I'm easy either way.
Yeah. Just getting back to, I have two questions, actually. Well, three, sorry. So I just wanted, an observation was, and this is where I was assuming that reaching parity was probably moving through the different communities when I seen the list of Blackwater organisations there, but now I'm starting to comprehend that that's all about having that preparation around fees and charges, etc. Am I correct in assuming that? Oh, sorry, that we're not moving around the region, that we're just sort of working with individual groups and organisations until we get that information around fees and charges? Is that?
Just to be very clear through the chair, we've been working with these organisations for a number of years now, and there's been a lack of movement. And I'll put that plainly out there. The team has worked, they've been there multiple times. I'm not just talking 1, 2, 3, 4 times, multiple times to work with particular organisations, not just in Blackwater, there's others as well.
Yep.
And there has been no movement. So back to Councillor Carpenter's position there, we're looking to utilise a mechanism to help that move along. So it's a difficult space. We're down to, and it's always the situation, if you've got 100 odd organisations you're working with, there'll always be a few that will take a little while to come on the journey.
Yeah.
And we're at the end of that journey. So this is just helping that process along. And we're happy to share more of that discussion with you in that workshop style or the strategy and briefing session. So
Very good. Thank you, John. You know, it does take time sometimes to have the process there because it's always good to use a process. And just, I know I've made this statement before and asked this question before, but I just want to seeing it come through again, just to make sure that it's definitely communicated, because I still get people asking me about the heated pool or the spa pool at Emerald. It's definitely being dismantled. It's definitely not being replaced, just so that the community know that.
So I can confirm through the chair, it is as part of one of our bids this year. In fact, it's a PMI, so it's an operational expense. I think we've mentioned there a few times before, the demolition of assets after the fact is an operational expense. We can't capitalise that. We have got that in there as one of our PMIs, a project maintenance-ish initiative. Project major initiative, sorry. I've got a PMI, something else in my head. So it is there for consideration for councillors in this year's budget, as in this upcoming budget.
As in there's the potential to keep it, or?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for that. And also, I just noted that for Emerald on page 180 of the agenda, under 5.17, that there seek the development of additional regional sports land. I noted that particular project, I'm just seeking clarification that particular project is the one that was funded through the Community Grants, Sports and Recreation Council's Community Grants, Sport and Recreation, what wasn't it? For the land across from Mackendale area? Or,
in round one, 2022, CH Junior Rugby Union received the Community Improvement Grant, and they were seeking to master plan over the land next to Mackendale, which is where Route 66 is as well. In between when they've got that grant, council has undertaken soil testing of that area for the possible acquisition of that. And those results came back and that site's unable to be used. So I'm not sure if councillors recall at the end of last year, Lisa and I presented the regional sports, it was a strategy, I believe. So that site is no longer available. So we're looking at additional sites. We are still working on the regional sporting land in Emerald, and we have a workshop in March, I believe it is. Marnie, I think. March, to bring back further advice to councillors on that. So at this time, CH Junior Rugby Union are not using that money on that specific piece of land. If they're able to use that grant money for a similar project, so a master plan, if they want to change the land in there as well. So they don't have to use that money specifically for that piece of land. But if they want to get a master plan on a different site, they are able to do that.
Okay, very good, thank you. And I did see in there about the tennis court too for Bluff, the current tennis court, so page 180 also of the agenda, 5.9. So I was pleased to see that that's in there as consideration and the potential for that to be a multi-user. So obviously there'll be some consultation around that too. Yeah, great. Thank you very much. I'm so happy these minutes are coming through to council. It really helps you understand what's happening in that space and all the very hard work that's also happening in that space. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Moriarty. Councillors, the recommendation there is to receive those record of proceedings. That's the longest report you've ever delivered, Emily Turner, just by the way. So you'll go hard to actually beat that, but anyhow, that recommendation is to receive that. Is someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Bribblecombe, seconded by Councillor Carpenter. All in favour? Councillor Byrne has indicated he's in favour. Against? I'm in favour. Yeah, sorry, no, I'm getting to you. Councillor Burns has distracted me. Comes up with all these mugs and different things. Thank you, Councillor Cypher. So that's carried. Thank you very much, Emily. Thank you, Emma. Thank you, John. Councillors, Commercial and Corporate Services, 14.3. The first of those reports, 14.3.1, is the Emerald Airport Annual Performance Report for the financial year ending 2022. Solomon is here. I'll hand over to Carrie to introduce this agenda report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through the Chair, good afternoon, councillors. The Emerald Airport is operated by Council as a commercial business unit. This report summarises the performance of the airport for 2022 against key performance indicators. I now hand over to the Manager of Airport, Solomon Kloppers, to speak to this report.
Thank you, General Manager. Good afternoon, councillors and colleagues. Councillors might remember in 2021 we approached council with the inaugural Emerald Airport Performance Plan. So that was the first time we've done that. The idea of that, as council might remember, was to set our expectations to council, what we wanted to do and the way we thought we would perform. What we're doing now with this report, which is the Emerald Airport Annual Performance Report, is coming back to council and we're going to compare what we said we were going to do with what happened in real life. I'll take the report as read. However, I'd like to make a couple of points, perhaps just hit the highlights. At the time, so this would have been when the budget was established in January 2 years ago. We planned on having 150,000 passengers through the terminal, but that ended up being about 159,000 passengers. Like most COVID years, things didn't go according to plan. At the time of planning, we were all hoping that COVID would be over soon. And as we now know, we had lockdowns until well into January and February last year. So that caused the movement of the numbers, but in the end, the numbers recovered quite well and quite quickly at the end. The reason why I'm highlighting that is that has implications for us for this year, in that because the numbers increased that well towards the end of the year when lockdowns were lifted, if we see in this year an increase of that will obviously spell good things for us for this year also. Our capital projects, we overspent on that by an amount of about $6,000, and that overspent was was completely with regards to a specific design we did. That design helped us to actually get a Regional Airports Grant Program number 3, which we were just yesterday morning alerted to, that monies were awarded to us, and the monies of that is 1.5 million, 1,592,000. So that was the cause and the origin of that $6,000 overspent. We targeted 30 days receivable. We ended up on 29 at the end of the year and throughout the year. That number has got the Virgin, when Virgin went into liquidation, those amounts are still lying on our books. Obviously, the legal action around the roll-up of that organisation is taking some time. If we strip that out, we're actually only on 22 days. We targeted a 47% asset sustainability ratio. We actually only delivered 42%. The difference between 42 and the 47 that we wanted to deliver was because mid-year, which obviously after we planned, there was changes made and recalculation of our depreciation, which obviously at the time we weren't aware of. So if we count those things that we didn't know was going to happen back, we actually hit 47% exactly. We had an operating surplus of 68%. At the time, we told council that we're going to try really hard to hit 47, so that went well. And then the debt service ratio was 4.2, where we told council we're going to really try for 1.5, so that went our way also. The report obviously has got a number of graphs in it and bullet points and tables. I'm happy to discuss all of it, but I think I'll stop here and just give council the opportunity through the chair to perhaps ask specific questions should you have.
Thanks, Solomon. Councillor Wall.
So, thank you, Mayor. So, Solomon, in the, as it says in the vision objectives, be a catalyst for economic development in Central Highlands, provide a fit for purpose, safe, etc., etc. It has come to my attention that for private planes, general aviation, there has been quite a things not quite right in Emerald, and people, general aviation, are actually saying, well, we don't fly to Emerald, costs too much, fuel services, problems, etc., etc. And I just wonder about, when you talk about the other airstrips in the region, and there's been quite a increase in the use of private aeroplanes over the last 10, 15 years, backed off for quite a while, and then it's come back. So I just feel that this report actually talks about the commerciality of the airport, and I do believe that we could include, or should include, the general aviation, because if we're going to be a regional airport, it has to, I believe, be considered a prime place to do business, to fly into by general aviation as well, private airplanes. Thanks.
Through the chair, a couple of points there. Hopefully I'm going to remember all of them. From a fees and charges point of view, our fees and charges for GA, council may remember in September 2 years ago, we came to council with significant increases on RPT so that we can make, on the commercial operators to make sure that they pay their way. At the time, we didn't increase general aviation that much. We're still fairly competitive. We actually did a comparison, which obviously I don't have with me, but I can put that perhaps in a briefing note, a comparison between us and our surrounding airports. We feel we're doing quite well in the cost, but we can always have a look at that. GA is not a money spinner for us, meaning that council has got some leeway in making, I guess, taking strategic positions in that field, seeing as that it might have a bigger benefit to a user than the loss for council, if that makes sense. From a use point of view, we see GA, general aviation, using the airport quite a lot, to the point where in our budget requests that's currently going through the process in council, we're actually asking council for a significant amount of money so we can create more hangar space and more parking space, seeing as we've got 2, 3 and sometimes even 4 aircraft parked in specific hangars. So we're definitely struggling to meet the demand, and if and that, I guess, I should take responsibility for myself. Before, when I got here, I did not think that GA would be that strong. And when we allocated money initially, we allocated it more towards the runway and those sorts of the things commercial operators use. So we definitely have got room for improvement.
Mayor, can I just add that it became really obvious in the last, since September last year, probably in the last 6 months, particularly during harvest, that that's the only way people could get around. So they were flying all over Queensland, all over Australia for parts and all that sort of stuff. So it really, to be for our region, I really do think that this is something that needs to be updated, graded. Yep, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Offen. I think we did discuss this at our advisory group meeting just recently as well. A bit of I think, not a mere culpa, but certainly an honest opinion by the General Manager of the airport that, you know, we need to focus a little more strategically on GA. So thank you, Solomon. All right, councillors, any other questions for Solomon? All good. Councillors, the recommendation is there that we receive that airport annual performance report. Happy. Moved by Janice. Councillor Moriarty, seconded Councillor Brimblecombe. Sorry, Joe, I just missed you there. Hello to you too. But look, councillor, it's been moved in second. My apologies, Councillor Burns. I will sharpen up a bit. It's been moved in seconded. All in favour? Councillor Burns indicated it is in favour. Against? Thank you, councillor. That's carried. Thank you, Solomon. All right, councillors. 14.3.2 is our half-yearly safety and wellness update. Pardon me, which sits with Carrie again in terms of commercial and corporate services. I did see Gay Westerberg, so she did survive the new year. So thank you, Carrie, if you could introduce this report and have Gay address us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through the Chair, Council has a focus on safety and wellness as identified in Council's corporate plan. This report provides a half-yearly summary of Council's health and safety performance. I now hand over to Managers Safety and Wellness, Gay Westerberg, to take Council through this report.
Just hit your button right side, yes, thank you, Gay.
Thank you, General Manager, for Commercial and Corporate Services. Yes, correct. This is a period for an update for the half yearly, so we're talking from July through to December 2022. Just as a courtesy here, I will be providing going forward a more comprehensive report at the end of the financial year, and then each calendar year the progress of how we're tracking to that financial year. So it'll be the comprehensive report with the update more at this time. So if we look how we normally do and look at the external situation, the Queensland Office of Industrial Relations has been very busy, and there's actually 2 new codes of practice coming into place. So they will be it'll come into effect on the 1st of May, and there's a brand new code of practice, and it's in regards to managing respirable crystalline silica and dust exposure. Now, this is a new code of practice that'll be focusing on exposure and the control measures, and consequently, Council at the moment, we're putting really a gap analysis together to understand are our current controls adequate in line with the proposed plan, and from there we'll determine a plan to match that compliance. The second brand new code of practice for our safety nerds, this is quite an exciting time in safety, whole 2 new code of practice. So we've got one in May, and there could be some irony here that the other one comes into effect on the 1st of April. Now this actually is around psychosocial hazards at work. And this code defines a psychosocial hazard at work as a hazard that arises from or relates to the design or management of work, a work environment, plant at a workplace, or workplace interactions and behaviours that may cause psychological harm, whether the hazard may also cause physical harm. As this is a significant piece of work and consequently a collaborative approach has been taken by both people and culture personnel in our in council's team, along with the safety and wellness team, and that is where members of both teams, we've attended a masterclass that was facilitated by the local government work care, and that masterclass was really trying to dissect how can councils implement and comply with this brand new code. We certainly gained a lot of insight and from that we're now planning to map out how we can actually implement that. So if we progress from the external environment and look internal, so during this period as well, we had a new contractor management system, electronic system that was introduced in 2022, and that's been with the guidance of a cross-section of our council. The system's had a soft rollout, and that's where council contract owners were able to attend training, and then they invite their contractors to use the new system at a suitable time for both parties. The soft rollout started in October, and it really gave consideration for work demands for everyone involved there. The user support is available for contractors and contract owners, and we really see this new system as a step towards helping council and our contractors working in council to address the obligations and demonstrating that contractor care for a safe workplace. If I just touch on the emerging issues that we see from the last 6 months for the reporting period, we could summarise it as compliance, mapping the gaps for the 2 new codes of practice which we're working on. There remains a consistent emerging issue around the consistent approach to compliance, and that's aligning our work practices to the requirements of the Act and applicable legislation. And then there's also the continuing work of the identification of our critical risks and then mapping out that with risk assessments to understand that we have the critical controls required for those risks in the workplace. It's also been a busy time, so during this period, we've also been chosen as to be involved in a WHS Systems external audit. So by way of background, the Office of Industrial Relations Workers' Compensation Regulatory Service, it selected 6 councils, 6 of its members to be a part of the audit, and this is a part of their licence renewal. Our council was one of 6 to participate. The audit was conducted in October last year, so during the reporting period, and that was by the Office of Industrial Relations accredited Workplace Health and Safety External Auditor, Mr Paul Sage from Queensland Risk Management Consultants. The audit was essential for the self-insurance licence, and which we're obviously members of. In previous audits, 2 of the 16 councils achieved a pass, and a pass is granted in this audit score to have 70% or higher. I can say that council received a pass score of 71.5%. During this audit, there was some positives shared, but there was also some learning opportunities identified with 10 non-conformances and 21 improvement opportunities. I'll just share an example on a short summary of some of this. And if we look at some of the positives that were highlighted here in regards to the preparation and response to the audit, there was evidence during the audit of a positive safety culture, the development of the WHS strategy for the next 5 years, the due diligence training and the mock court that was delivered to senior officers in November 2021, the requirement that we ask our leaders to have their 4 safety commitments visually displayed in their workplace, how we've tailored HSR training to not only have 5 days of legislation training, but link it into the systems and processes we have to support safe work within council. There was a celebration of all the training in terms of verification of competency, the work done around the supervisor toolkit, and the complete Ignite leadership development program. There was also some really big celebrations called out with the Parks and Recreation and how they've done a site induction and onboarding support there for their new starters, along with the capital expenditure spent on workplace health and safety within the water utilities. There was also pointed out in a positive note the safety consideration that had been given when getting fit for purpose equipment for our workshop team for the Land Cruisers, and then also a great call out for the fleet work that they lead in Council's accreditation for the National Heavy Vehicle Accreditation Scheme. So certainly a cross-section of bright points there and shows the diversity that is across our council workplaces. The non-conformances, they can be summarised back into touching on our emerging issues of a consistent approach to compliance, and that was around non-compliance and housekeeping improvement opportunities that existed in the work areas. There's also another large part of work that would sit with the Council's Strategic Risk Register, which had limited references to WHS Risk Register, which there in turn provides the opportunity. There were 20 other opportunities provided, and whilst those themes varied, they really, I take them as free lessons in where we've had the benefit of learning without having to have that injury. If I now look at, so that's some of the external work, the work that's been going on, and now just provide an update on our reporting and some of that more indicators of actually the numbers of where we're at. So if we look at the period from 1st of July 2022 through to December, we had 40 injuries. If we compare that back to the same period in 2021, there were 62 injuries. If you look a little bit deeper though, in this period from 2021, there was significantly more report-only matters, and therefore represents at the moment the reminder and the importance to really encourage that timely reporting of all incidents in the workplace. The incidents that were considered as notifiable under Queensland Workplace Health and Safety requirements during this reporting period, and thereby where the regulator was notified, relate to where a power pole was being knocked over during a work activity, a water truck rolled over on a construction site, an immersion report, and a worker receiving an electrical shock in a workshop. So then it brings us to what I normally provide, and that's a summary of how we're tracking with our lag indicators or all those metrics to other similar councils. So we've looked at how we're progressing year to date in comparison to the previous years. And if we do a snapshot at that, if we look at the number of lost time injury claims, we're in a favourable position compared to the scheme average. 11.06 to 14.78. And then if we progress to the average number of days lost per lost time injury, we're in a very favourable position there again with just over 18 and a half days compared to the scheme average of just over a month of 38.84 days. And that's left us also in a reasonably favourable, slightly favourable mode with the lost time injuries and that illness incident rate at just above 2 compared to the scheme average of 2.73. So comparing to our peer councils on those lag indicators, there's some favourable there, but there's also some lessons and learnings with comparing to the year there that we can take forward. If we look at how that translates for a 12-month rolling period, we could say that there is a spike in where 55 days compared to the 44. And if we break that down, we saw a spike in our medical treatment injuries in September, and that's the cause there. And then once again, we can take the positive that they're not lost time injuries, and it's about supporting those medical treatment injuries back into the workplace in a supportive manner. And finally, in the report here, we've got around the consultation and the verification work and a snapshot of where we're at the end of December. So at that point there, so if we look here, 40 hazards were reported for the period in July to December 2021, and that's compared to the same period 2022 where we had 16 hazards reported. And then if we go, okay, for the hazards reported of the overdue amount, there was 63 hazards, which represents 12% in 2022, and of those matters, 1 was considered high risk. The number of overdue hazards has had a slight incline from the same period from the year before, where we had 54 records overdue, which represented 11%, and at that point in time, it was only medium and low risk. And then if we progress on to our actions, and so at the 31st of December, there were 15% of actions that remained overdue, which actually represents 521 overdue actions. And of that, 40 actions are rated currently as potentially high risk, and one was as potentially extreme risk. So relevant responsible managers have been asked to complete a review of these risk ratings, given the facts that they could be overdue. There could be a number of factors that have influenced that risk rating since the original assessment was put in. The other part there is any review is auditable, and we have the oversight in the reporting there with the safety reports. If we progress forward during that period, so July to December 2022, there were 34 documents that were reviewed and approved with HSR involvement and input, which we take, very proud of our HSR involvement. Contractor monitoring activities completed by the whole management team for the period July to December 2022 were 7 compared to the previous year for the same time, 25. And if we do a similar snapshot there, the job safety observations completed by the whole management team for 2021 were 198 compared to 55 for the reporting period provided. So that provides a snapshot of where we've been of external news coming in, the internal position we're sitting at, and an update of the audit concludes the information report.
Well, thank you very much, Gay. Councillors' questions. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Thank you very much, Gay. Once again, congratulations on to Council and all yourself and all the team for the excellent work that you guys are doing. Congratulations on Council passing that audit, and also I know it's just a pass, but it's a pass, and I love, and this is what I think is so important about portraying our values as an organisation as well, at looking at this as an opportunity, or as you called it, free lessons for improvement. So thank you with that kind of mindset, and I guess those kind of values being spoken through the organisation certainly builds culture, and it certainly is encouraging all the work that you guys have done with building that reporting culture as well at every level of the organisation is certainly paying off, because as we all know, it's our obligation, everybody's obligation, to care for everybody that works in this organisation, and I think I was just going to mention physically as well as psychologically, which brings me to the fact that I was so excited I just couldn't. I was so pleased to see how excited you were about the release of the Code of Practice for managing risk of psychosocial hazards at work. I can't believe that we've got this far. I was just like, oh, can't believe it. But anyway, I just needed to also say that these are inroads into helping build our organisation so they are safe places physically and mentally, if you like, for people to come to work. And we always forget, and I think perhaps that's one of the big things that came out of COVID as well, is that emphasis on our psychological and mental well-being. So perhaps that expedited that process as well. At the end of the day, while we've reduced the hazards, there's still hazards there's still reports coming through, and thank you for. This is one of the reasons why, you know, councillors have asked that we want to make sure that we're part of understanding what's happening with the workforce and how we're being part of coming up with solutions to improve. I just noted that, thank you for the transparency, particularly Madam CEO as well, of these reports. And just noting on page 203 of the agenda, there's the second last paragraph of the incidents, where you've described the incidents. I just don't know what an immersion report is. Could you tell me what that is?
Thank you, through the chair. And so that would be referring to where there was a potential concern for a drowning.
Okay, thank you very much. And it's so important for us to be capturing this information and working to improve. And again, as we all do, want to make sure that everything's done for every employee and everybody who works and participates with council, that they return home to their loved ones uninjured while they're here. And once again, to all of those people as part of council that have had any injuries, that we wish them a speedy recovery. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'm not sure there was a question there, Councillor. I know you're excited there, Councillor Moriarty, but I just wasn't sure there was a question there. Sorry, councillors, questions? Oh, Councillor Rimmel-Combs, sorry.
Question, has COVID been figured into the work loss in those figures there, or how does COVID, or the flu for that matter, come into those figures, if it does?
Through the chair, so we're talking about the injury numbers, to be clarified?
Yes. Well, or wellness, yes.
No. So the flu or COVID numbers would not constitute what we would call as a report only first aid injury, medical treatment or lost time.
No, I was just wondering if they were part of
no,
it. So
very.
I notice they haven't changed, but COVID has been a part of our workforce.
Yeah. And primarily around this is around reportable matters or incidents that have happened at work. So potentially, where did that come from? And then the other part was all the other supporting work arrangements that at council we had to support if you could work or not work, you know, the supporting arrangements with the flu and with COVID.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, just to add to that, potentially those kind of figures might come through with the HR reports, would they? Or
So through the chair, in relation to sort of, I guess, statistics about personal leave of staff, that would be reflected in the people and culture reports that were provided to council, correct?
Sorry, and just in addition to that, CEO, you just want to talk about, I guess, that reporting that GATE has been doing.
Yeah, so thanks, Mayor. So just draw councillors' attention in the background, so page 201 of the agenda, where we talk about, because there's been some requests by councillors for trend data over time of how we're going with injuries and so on. So we've had a look at how we do this reporting, and from here on we're looking at providing, it's hard to do trend data every quarter or every 6 months. So once a year, we'll look at trend data over time and bring that as a more comprehensive report to the council meeting. And then to supplement that, we would look, we'll be providing at the end of each calendar year, so the trend report, the comprehensive report to the council meeting. Have I got this right, Carrie? At the end of each financial year, and to supplement that, a mid-year report in the form of a briefing note. Is that correct? So just want to draw attention to that change in reporting.
Thank you. Right. Thanks, Gay. Other questions, councillors? All good. Councillors, the recommendation there is sorry, Gay, I could see you jumping out of the barrier there. That we received the half-yearly safety and wellness report for period 1 July 2022 to 31st of December 22. Someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Moriarty, seconded Councillor Daniels. All in favour? Councillor Burns has indicated he's in favour. Against? Thank you, Councillor. Carried. Thank you, Gay. All right. Councillors, we are getting to the back half of this agenda. 14.5 is under the CEO's hand and is the Local Government Association of Queensland report. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Mayor. So the Local Government Association of Queensland 2022 conference was held in Cairns from the 16th to the 19th of October 2022. It was attended by the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor and CEO. The report includes some highlights from that event, and I'll take that as read, but just to highlight a couple of takeaways from my viewpoint. And any of the councillors that attended can also add to those, of course. So there was an item from the Chief Economist regarding the economic outlook, which did have some positive predictions on the horizon around inflation and unemployment over time. Some of that information is great input and will be included in some of the macro comments and that come to the setting the scene workshop that councillors have traditionally at the start of the budget development process, and will also be included in our new planned community stakeholder pre-budget communication sessions, information sessions. So have a look over those that the Chief Economist had to say. And the other thing to draw attention to is our Mayor had two presentations as part of this statewide conference. We always have a good presence at the conference, and this year was no different. So the Mayor spoke during two sessions, the Resource Council's forum and also the Council's showcase section. At Resource Councils, he spoke in relation to rating, valuations and the need for change in resources councils, and at the showcase section he highlighted the successful funding advocacy partnership for the Queensland beef corridors across multiple councils. I don't know if you wanted to add to those, Mayor, but it was clearly a highlight for our council to be represented in that way at the statewide conference.
Oh, only that I guess we as a bunch of councillors get to hear a little bit too much probably from me as well, but it was nice to share it on behalf of those other councils as well. And I think from memory we're about a week or 2 weeks ahead of the federal budget, so we were kind of spruiking how good we were without actually knowing whether or not we had been successful in that funding. So it's always nice to you know, in your own paddock you think that's you're doing okay, but it's nice to share with the broader forum. I guess it's one of those things though, is that it seems to be a basic premise of local government is that as much as we may get a little institutionalised in the fact we know the routine about how we might advocate for different things, fundamentally local government representatives all over are really, really keen to hear a good advocacy story, not because I articulate it well, but I think, you know, I think stories about success do tend to resonate with people. You know, a lot of people, and you know them all, local councils and your colleagues, work really, really hard at advocacy and on lots of different levels. And sometimes, you know, you don't see or don't feel like you're being successful. And I think the showcase particularly, and I think we all agreed in a bit of a conversation with our colleagues that, you know, when you do hear those other councils that were talking through their showcases as well, that, you know, there's some really, really good stories and some really interesting ways people have been successful. So I guess the lesson, was, and it was nice to be part of that, is that, you know, it doesn't really matter. There is a fundamental principle, and I think the genuineness and the determination of local government representatives and their teams and staff is pretty spectacular, and it's nice that every year there are some good stories. So we were just pleased I had the opportunity to present for beef corridors because we've fundamentally chaired that as we went along. And in the resource sector, I think our views are respected, and I think it was well attended. So we only articulated what we as a council are going through in terms of understanding those partnerships. It was also done under that context of, you know, some interesting politics around, you know, certainly new taxes or new royalties and, you know, a whole heap of interesting comments. So hopefully they were useful, but it was, I think, a good conference. My observations were. Sorry, Councillor Wall.
Thank you. It was also a chance for the Roads Transport Advisory Group, LGAQ, to have a face-to-face meeting. We haven't, over the last couple of years, had much of a chance for face-to-face meetings, so we had a breakfast meeting and also met with Minister Bailey later on in the morning. So with suggestions and feedback, etc., from our advisory group meeting. So it was well accepted. Minister Bailey was very, very receptive of our points taken. So yeah, it's really worthwhile attending those.
Thank you. And I guess with your discretion, if people want to ask some questions, Councillor Moriarty, yep, go for it.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. I was just interested to see that at the conference as well, that there was a panel session on the Office of the Independent Assessor, given that was it the Local Government Association that ran that review of what was happening with the Office of the Independent Assessor. I was just, so obviously these are the sessions that you attended, Madam CEO, that you've got the dot points under. And I was just interested, obviously these are your takes out of the discussions, but just generally, what did you think the I guess the best word for me is the vibe from the participants with, you know, what's been happening with the Office of the Independent Assessor and, you know, like what they're thinking about, what kind of improvements might be made out of some of their recommendations. And thank you very much. I did notice that your last dot point mentions the mediation, and I think that we've got all of that anyway in our policy. But yeah, just the vibe, I suppose. It's obviously important that they had it as a topic. So yeah.
Yes, it's always a topic that will be of interest to councillors and executives forevermore. Look, I think the vibe, it was very much around the fact that the inquiry report is out and what the inquiry report had to say about the need for change or improvements or in relation to the processes of the Office of the Independent Assessor. So the overwhelming takeaway for me, and I did try to take comprehensive notes, and yes, they are my interpretation of what I heard sitting in the session, and the other councillors who were in attendance may wish to comment. But I think the clear message is that councillors all over and executives are very keen on their being, and this came about as a result of councillors wanting you know, independence and so on. Everybody wants a good integrity system, and no one is against there being an Office of the Independent Assessor. It's just about processes and how you know, due to a whole lot of reasons that are accepted around resourcing levels, around capability levels, around the type of resources that work in the OIA, that perhaps the processes, how they've panned out on the ground, haven't been particularly fair or reasonable. And so the desire for a high level of integrity, the desire for a watchdog, around integrity, very high is what the vibe was for me. It's just that the reason for the inquiry and the report is because processes have been problematic. So that was the vibe in my view. And so now there's a period of time in which can be responses to the report, and they're the sort of next steps around, now that this inquiry has happened and report has come out, how to read the report. Don't just read this section, make sure you deep dive into this section, really understand what it's saying, how we're going to respond to the report. That was kind of the nature of the conversation. Have I captured that correctly?
I think the important context here is if you look at the names of the attendees, LGAQ didn't do the review. They're only a submitter on our behalf. It's actually done by Chris Whiting, who's a part of the government, state government. So he was chair of that committee that actually oversight the actual a review into the OIA, and Jim McDonald is obviously the shadow, I guess. So it was a bipartisan, I guess you'd say, committee that actually reviewed the OIA. Those other two, Councillor Tom Tate and Councillor Lynn McLaughlin, would be fair to say that they were victims of the OIA, I think, or certainly people that have been subjected to a significant level of, I guess, inquiry by the OIA. So it was a very, very emotional session, because those councillors regale literally the particularly long period of time that they'd been subjected to a lot of, I suppose, allegations and I guess you'd say some charges, not charges laid against them, but certainly some complaints that obviously had a significant strain on them, and I can sympathise with that, as did most people in that forum. But this was a second attempt by the LGAQ at their conference to, I suppose, articulate a position. Previously in Mackay, the year before, the Office of the Independent Assessor via Catherine Florian actually spoke, and I guess, to be quite frank with you, it wasn't a very interactive session, because it was very raw, and it was very school mum-ish in response, I suppose, in terms of the independent assessor's response at that stage. And that was, if councillors can recall, that was a time that Sean Dillon was being particularly harangued for his comments about Queensland Health. So this was, I suppose, at least had the benefit of at least some time, and people asked some pretty hard questions. And this was obviously prior to the release of the report that's out now, which sort of very, very quietly dropped itself out just after the new year in the quiet time. The state have agreed to, I think, about 18 of the recommendations. There are some significant others there that they are contemplating, but at the end of the day, both those, I guess you wouldn't say that it was a bipartisan participation by those two. Obviously, one's a chair and part of the government. Jim McDonald, they're a parliamentary committee. So Jim McDonald, as an opposition spokesperson, they were fairly collegial that day, but there was certainly some criticism still aimed at the extent, I suppose, of the review of the OIA and the subsequent findings that have been made. So what Sharon has captured there are certainly things they spoke about. I'm not just sure how the recommendations then relate to, perhaps. It would warrant reading the outcomes now just to see what those recommendations are, and the fact which ones the government have taken up quickly, and what we would see happen very quickly. I know some of them relate to the responsibility and the vexatious nature of some of them. That was something that was
I noticed that
prominently. So I guess that's a difficult thing though. I mean, it's almost like, anonymity for people that make complaints, those sorts of things. There was quite some strong feelings about those. So it's still quite a touchy subject, and I think if you talk to other councils, they know from experience that some councils are getting in excess of 20 complaints a week. So there's no lack of workload. And that's mixed between complaints from actually organisations within them and certainly without, or externally rather. So in some places there's a real culture of not gaming the system, but certainly using it really extensively, whereas other places maybe not so much. But so that would be my only other comments about what Sharon's written there. But that was a very, very good capture. But it was certainly a very emotive session has started off with the regaling of those two councillors of the number of complaints and the type of complaints, and probably moreover the way that the OIA responded to them. And I'm not sure that that's not unfamiliar to a lot of people. So anyway, that's...
Thank you very much for that. It's interesting to know what other councils are thinking as well. Be interesting to have a look at the recommendations. But what I was kind of thinking that it might have come up, and perhaps it's in the recommendations, about the fact that in the legislation, changes under the Belcara reforms with council CEOs having to, that there's no provision, but I believe that councils can make their own provision about having informal grievance processes rather than having to go formal. Anyway, I'll be looking for that as well, because I think that probably gives the Office of the Independent Assessor probably some work that could have been resolved by councils, and the more serious things go through to them. So, but anyway, that's just my perspective as well. But thank you very much for sharing that. Thank you.
No, thanks, Councillor Moretti. Any other questions, councillors? All right. Councillors, the recommendation is obviously the... get on the right page here. Is just to receive the CEO's report of the Local Government Association, and thank you very much, Sharon, for taking those. Can I just say, as you all know, at conferences, as well-meaning as we all are to actually take our own notes, sometimes we are distracted. Sharon diligently takes those, and in some way, shape or form always manages to capture them very well. So thank you very much. Appreciate that, CEO. Someone happy to move those? Moved by Councillor Bimmelkamp, seconded by Councillor Moriarty. Councillor Burns, gee. Sorry, Councillor Moriarty was only scratching in. Seconded by Councillor Burns. Councillors, that's been moved and seconded. All in favour? Councillor Burns raised his hands up there gleefully. Thank you. He's voted affirmatively. Against? Thank you, councillors. That's carried. Councillors, conscious of the other few little things we want to get done today, there are no late agenda items. General business, councillors. I know Councillor Rolfe brought something forward this morning. Oh, sorry, Councillor Cypher's jumped in there. Go, Councillor Cypher. Thank you, Councillor Cypher.
Sorry. I just have two questions, and I don't expect a response today, but I just want to raise this so it's documented and that we're prepared for the Capella community consultation at the end of February. So this question, for the General Manager of Infrastructure to take on notice, I don't expect a response today. Thank you, Jason. But with the Capella water supply, it's very easy to forget when we've got green grass and an abundant supply of green grass that the next drought is just around the corner. So what I want some thought put into is, with the shelving of the Valeria mine project, and our plan A, I believe, was to hopefully partner with that project in the construction of a new pipeline from Thierry to Capella to give Capella a permanent water source into the future. Well, now that is no longer plan A, I would like some indication of what our plan A is going to be now and what plan B is going to be. Also, a update on the replacement of a section of that pipeline, which has $4 million budgeted for it, 2 million grant money and 2 million council money. So I don't expect a response now, but they will be questions that will be asked of you at community consultation in Capella on the 22nd of February. So just on notice, thank you, Jason.
So may I just respond procedurally there, Mayor? Yep. So where we get a request for an item on a future agenda or an item to be covered under the Council's Strategic and Briefing Forums and Council Workshops policy. We pop that on the agenda for the next SBR Strategic and Briefing Forum to talk about what's the best approach to be able to progress that request and the timeline for progressing that request. So we'll make sure that we do that.
This is just a forewarning that you're going to have some answers.
Yes.
By the 22nd of February.
Yep.
I don't care about what you tell us in council, but I do care what is told.
Yeah, the timing, I think the timing's, I did hear that. I think the timing's good because the first strategic and briefing forum is earlier in February than that. So we should be able to have a conversation about the best way to approach that request. Thank you, Councillor.
Beautiful. That's one go. Sorry, you had another one?
Oh, the other one was just the pipeline.
Pipeline. Two things on it. Thank you very much. They're captured. Sorry, Councillor Rock.
Yes, so just to acknowledge the Ministerial Road Safety Forum roundtable that was held yesterday. At the beginning of January, we got a rather rushed email. Could we have a meeting for the, of LJQ Road Transport Advisory Group for feedback and for submission to this this roundtable that was being held yesterday. Listening to Josh Racono, I think he is, from RACQ this morning on ABC, reporting that it was well received. It was a great roundtable on road safety issues, and hopefully there will be some things that come out of it that will be, although they are still really just working on the Fatal Five still, but also Josh did say that there was quite a thought that there should be more police presence, which I think is going to be a bit of a problem in regional areas. So, but at least it's happening, and it is being reported. And Minister Bailey, he at conference he actually suggested maybe that there be that we go down the road safety route as well. So thankfully everything's starting to work. We're starting to work together with all of the peer groups and all of LJQ and state government. So hopefully things will change up. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Roll. Councillor Rioli.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to, I suppose, give a little bit of a plug to the councillors' hard copy catch up, and they're produced quarterly, I believe. Quarterly, and I just wanted to give it a plug and make sure that those people who would like a hard copy, they're available in the libraries and the council offices, and if anybody knows of anybody that would like them to take them a copy, they're available. So I just want to say congratulations, Council. Thank you for listening to the community and meeting us halfway there. Also, I just wanted to bring up in general business that tomorrow, as we know, is Australia Day, and I know myself and Councillor Bremblecombe will be at Blackwater, so looking forward to seeing people down there. And then one other thing I just wanted to raise was several people have asked me about their incentives. You know, what could council be doing around incentives for recycling and for dumping their green waste and taking their bottles to bottle banks and collection points. And someone came up with the suggestion that, is it at all possible that maybe once a quarter or something that we might be able to, that council might be able to say, look, this is our target for, look, I'm not sure how this would work, but our target for green waste collection for the year, our target for recycling, paper and plastics, and also collection of bottles. if they are there, but if they're not, that these are the quantities that are coming up each quarter, and then 6 months, 3/4, and then for the year, just so that people feel that it is happening, that their contribution is making a difference and they can see it making a difference. I just thought I'd bring that forward. I don't know if it's appropriate to do it at general business, but anyway, just something to consider. Thank you.
That last one will come under the same stipulation about SBF.
Same procedural response.
It'll be that we'll respond to that, so there's a proper conversation about it, but thank you.
So that'll be put on the list of requests from councillors for items to be considered, and will come back to a strategic and briefing forum for all the councillors to discuss the best way to approach and timing.
Thank you, Councillor Moria. And just to wrap it up, I guess in reference to Australia Day tomorrow, thank you to all those councillors who are involved at their respective locations and the different activities that they're involved in. Obviously, it'll be an early start. I think, where's tomorrow for you, Councillor Sypher? Is it at Terry this year? Thank you. And there's Councillor Moriarty and Councillor Bill McComb will be down at Blackwater. Myself and Councillor Daniels will be at Emerald here. And Ralston. For the crew, for the Springshaw Ralston crew. They'll be down there, and obviously let's hope that's fine weather for those. But, and look, can I just say a big shout out in anticipation to our communications team who have jumped in and actually taken this up this year and got cracking on it. So thank you very much.
There's the Capella one as well.
That's right. Yeah. Sorry, I was just stipulating Councillor Sypher
cover them all.
Going to be a Terry this year. Yeah, I'm just checking which one was which. So thank you everyone for doing that. The ambassador will be here. I think Councillor Daniels is going to check in with her this afternoon still maybe. There's dinner tonight. After the event tomorrow, I'll give her and her mum a tour of a farm and farming area just around here. So we'll do a bit of a run around tomorrow. So you'll all get to see or hear her in some way, shape or form tomorrow. So I appreciate that very much. All right, councillors, what we might do, please, I will close the meeting. We'll do a quick assessment and then we'll have our lunch. And then I think we will join up for our session at 1:45. I think, is that okay with you, CEO? To have our other meeting. We're a little bit behind schedule. Our lunch is ready to go. So I'll declare the meeting closed at 1:11. Thank you very much to our live streamers. Thank you to our executive leadership team and all those officers that came and reported today. Appreciate that. And we'll declare the meeting closed. Thank you.